Good evening. Is my mic on? Okay, welcome to the March 20th, 2024 Washtenaw County Working Session. Can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here,
Sure.
and Commissioner Beaman is here.
Thank you.
Good job. All right, next, we're going to move on to public participation at working session. Members of the audience or online have 1 minute. This is a reminder that you do get 3 full minutes at our regular meeting. And the items that we have on our discussion tonight are a presentation on the Commission on Aging's annual report and the MSHA subsidies discussion with Nathan Vogt. Do we have anyone in the audience who would wish to address the public at this time? Come right up.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Thompson from Ypsilanti Township, and I'm a member of the Commission on Aging, and I'm here to support our marvelous chair who's going to give you the report. We're asked to keep you informed about the needs and concerns of the aging population in Washtenaw County and to make recommendations. This report is based on 3 years worth of study and listening to our elders throughout the community, as well as a lot of research. I know you have the report in front of you, and I draw your attention to the recommendations and want to thank you on behalf of all our commissioners for the opportunity to represent the seniors in our communities.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to give public comment at this time? Please come up. And please state where you live as well.
Okay, hi, Monica Ross Williams, Ypsilanti Township. Since I only will have 1 minute, I will reserve my comments until basically the public session. But I do want to talk about what was discussed inside the Ann Arbor Independent yesterday, and I do have a prepared speech for that. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Please come up.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Cooper. I'm the Executive Director for Avalon Housing. Just wanted to come and introduce myself and just say thank you for all that you do for the housing ecosystem. Been here for a little while now, a few weeks. But again, just wanted to say thank you and introduce myself. And I appreciate and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep, I don't know. Please come up.
I have a question to you.
I'm
My
sorry.
name is Roberto Isla Caballero. I came from Cuba in 1980. I live in America for 44 years. No? I want to know why the police working con ICE. You know ICE? I have my deportation. The policía working con ICE. I lose my green card. I live in America for 44 years. My familia is Mexican America. My grandma is black. Thank you.
Thank you. And we unfortunately can't respond right now. Thank you for the comment. Anyone else? All right.
My name is Eric Sturgis. I live in Ann Arbor, and I'm not going to say much. I'm just really concerned about the lack of accountability. You know, we have people taking $3,000 first-class flights and spending county money like no other. And we have a homeless crisis, we have a mental health crisis. And so I really hope this board would do a better job of holding people accountable and making sure that, you know, when they're spending money on Uber Eats and they work for the county, that that's not acceptable and that there are repercussions because I know that right now it doesn't seem like much is being done. You know, we've had a safe house crisis, we've had a supreme felons crisis, now we have this crisis, and I really hope that the board will do a better job in holding people accountable for their spending. I mean, spending, you know, money to stay at the Ritz-Carlton when you could stay somewhere else is irresponsible.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, anyone online? Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on to the report from the county administrator.
No report.
Thank you. Do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report, Chair.
All right, thank you. We're going to move into discussion items now. So first up, we've got the Commission on Aging Annual Report, and we have Marie Gress. Did I say your last name right? Okay, and she's the newly appointed chair of the Commission on Aging. Typically, we try to do give you 15 minutes and then so we can ask questions. I don't know if you've timed out, but I'll try to just make sure we have time to do question and answer at the end. So I'll maybe give you a heads up before I.
Yeah, can you set this to 15
Um,
minutes by chance?
No, but I'll just do one of these.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank
Great.
you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Marta Larson was our chair for 2023. She is the one who put this presentation for you together. She put a lot of information in this, so I will do my best to keep it to 15 minutes. And so, yeah, I really appreciate the little hand wave. My name is Marie Gress. I am the current chair of the Commission on Aging, and I thank you so much for this opportunity to just talk about what we've been learning this last year and where we're headed in the future. Before I get started, Ashley did get you a little supplemental piece that I put together last night and this morning. And first, I want to read the story that was given to me by a community member. Sue is a 78-year-old individual with arthritis, skin cancer, traumatic brain injury, and depression living in Washtenaw. Sue enrolled in Lori's Hands in 2022. They're an agency that we heard from this year. I'll get more to them later. Sue enrolled in Lori's Hands in 2022, looking for help organizing her home and wanting to reduce her loneliness and isolation from living alone, which increased considerably during the pandemic. Since then, Sue has been receiving consistent visits from Lori's Hands students who have helped by providing her with support and companionship, organization around the home, connecting her with additional community resources, and even painting her nails. Sue has reported that she looks forward to her weekly student visits and that Lori's Hands helps me feel more confident in my ability to remain independent at home. Something I liked in particular about this story is Sue is dealing with health issues. She's dealing with mental health issues, isolation, and loneliness, which studies show that those struggling with loneliness, it's as bad for your health physically as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And just having some students, some college students visit with her consistently drastically changed how she felt about her quality of life and her well-being and her ability to maintain independence. We'll get back to these other charts in a little bit. So there's the outline. Just to level set with everyone, the purpose for the Commission on Aging is to define the needs of and advocate on behalf of Washtenaw County seniors ages 60 years and older to promote equitable well-being and quality of life opportunities and their outcomes. This includes providing recommendations to the Board of Commissioners and relevant stakeholders on the prudent spending of public funds related to senior services. This is the list of our current district representatives. Some accomplishments in 2023. We had 11 meetings as a commission. We had numerous meetings as subcommittees. We had a communications, an ARPA, potential senior millage, and then a moving forward subcommittee. We heard 9 presentations from community service providers, which I'll touch on throughout this presentation. And we held a town hall on safety and avoiding scams, which I believe several of you came to, as well as Debbie Dingle. And then you can read through some of these others, but most of them are repeated on this slide. So one of the accomplishments we feel like we made a lot of headway on was our request for mapping of county funds that support the aging sector. It's been really difficult for staff to figure out how much actually goes to senior services, but the one hard number we were able to find is only $93,000 in 2023 supported senior services. Only 93,000. And these dollars were for, they were a match for federal funds for senior nutrition and foster grandparents, I believe. We're hoping that as we continue this year, potentially with an Office on Aging in the future, that we would be able to really centralize a lot of that data and be able to give more of an accurate representation on what the county is spending. But currently that is our number. We advocated for the ARPA funds, and I apologize for the typo. Initially, it was 4 million. The Board of Commissioners were going to spend in ARPA funds on aging services, and you increased that to 4.5 million. And we're going to be hearing this year from those agencies who got those funds. And so hopefully we'll be able to bring those reports to you as we go throughout the year. We work closely with the Healthy Aging Collaborative, more on that in a little bit. Continue to expand partnerships with the agencies providing the services in the county currently, and then initiate the development of a countywide aging strategy, both with the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, and then in December, we heard from AARP's Livable Communities, Age-Friendly Communities program. Michigan has joined age-friendly communities. Several cities have joined age-friendly communities, but no county in Washtenaw has taken that on. And so that's something that we're looking into this year. I'm not going to talk too much about the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation strategic plan work. I know Chris Lemon from the foundation has been talking with many of you, and he hopes to come very soon to give a more full report on that. But I will say that he was very, the consultants they found were very intentional about key informant meetings with older adults themselves, caregivers, people of color, rural areas, people with disabilities, and the LGBT community. They were very intentional in making this county-wide and not Ann Arbor and Ypsi-centric, and a really hard focus on short-term solutions, long-term solutions, resources, hurdles, and funding opportunities. A lot of the themes remain consistent with what we've been reporting to you the last couple of years, with food security, housing, transportation, isolation, and funding streams being major concerns in supporting our growing population. A lot of you have asked us about data. What data do we have? What data have we been looking at when sharing this information with you? A lot of the data available is from the individual nonprofits currently doing the work. There's been a couple of community-wide assessments with Area Agency on Aging 1B, and then much more recently with the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation. What currently exists within the county is the Washtenaw County Public Health Dashboard. There is a section for seniors. It's really focused on public health, shocking, but they do have a few pieces that are really interesting. And so I grabbed 2 of the charts and I put them on that supplemental handout for you, where you can see that our aging population is growing by about 5.5% every year. It's very consistent upward growth. The only exception, of course, is the 2020 year when we lost many people to COVID. When you look at SEMCOG data, they expect in 2028, older adults and children to be about the same. And then by the time we get to 2030, that we then will have more older adults than children. And that will continue to grow further apart and then remain steady. The other piece of data that we were able to look at as a Commission on Aging is the Washtenaw Opportunity Index. I'm sure you're all very familiar with it, so I won't go into any detail there, except that it does not show or highlight age by any means. There's health, job access, race, and age is not any of the pieces that they're looking at in the Opportunity Index. We did hear from Area Agency on Aging 1B, recently rebranded to Ageways. The top 5 challenges and needs older adults have as of August 2019 were climbing stairs, household-related maintenance and repairs, lawn care or snow removal, memory-related things, and then running errands. Biggest unmet needs: home care assistance, affordable housing, door-to-door transportation, maintenance, information, food and nutrition. They also shared with us that about 5,000 Washtenaw County seniors have trouble paying their bills, no matter how careful they are, and that about 1 in 4 older adults in Washtenaw County don't have enough contact with friends, neighbors, and relatives. And so again, I would just remind you that isolation is as detrimental to our bodies as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Transportation came up a number of times. We heard from the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authorities, the RIDE, Gold Ride, and Flex Ride programs. And we also got to hear from Phoenix Mobility for their Ride at 50 Plus, which was sponsored by AARP. Themes from these conversations was that transportation needed to be examined on a county-wide basis, especially for older adults. Coordination and affordability of transportations remain major concerns. And then door-through-door and door-to-door services are highly sought after by services for older adults. Full disclosure, I work for WAVE. I'm the executive director at WAVE, and I was talking to some of my riders the other day, and they were telling me that they don't mind riding on the bus for a little bit longer, as long as they're able to get picked up from their home and dropped off right at their destination, really reducing any waiting or walking time to and from the bus. They actually enjoy riding on the bus and talking to other people who are there. In a similar fashion, we work very closely with the Healthy Aging Collaborative. They have a member on our commission as a non-voting member, and then we have one of our Commission on Aging members as part of their initiative. I know several of you were at the Transportation Summit, and all of you should have received their full transportation call to action report at the end. A lot of the themes were the same from our previous conversation. Some individual pieces to highlight is to increase the effectiveness of mobility management. Mobility management is having an individual be able to call and coordinate their ride wherever they want to go in Washtenaw County, and not just from A to B and then figure out the rest themselves. Recommendation to consider centralizing and coordinating providers to improve access and build data, and then operational funding. We got to hear from the Housing Bureau for Seniors. If you're ever interested in hearing much more about housing as it relates to seniors, this group is the one to talk to. The text got too small on that housing iceberg, and so I want to read some of those stats out to you. 19% of shelter clients during 2020 were 55 plus. That's 1 in 5 people in shelters using the shelters were 55 and older. 2% of households doubled up during COVID, and that's true for my family. My mother-in-law had to come live with us because she lost her apartment during COVID. 42% of households experiencing foreclosure are 55 plus. That's almost half of the foreclosures here in Washtenaw County are older adults. And then 1 in 3 senior households are cost burden. So they're spending more on their housing than their budgets really allow. The first chart here on this slide is Washtenaw County convictions. The township at the top is Salem, and then it's Scioto and Saline as the 2 and 3. And then, of course, a map on that homeownership and mortgage foreclosure. Housing Bureau for Seniors have found that these foreclosures are correlated with property tax exemption guidelines. When they talk with their clients, they hear a lot that seniors want to move out of their home. They know they're not using all of their rooms. They're not using their second level. They're not able to maintain their home, but it's cost prohibitive for them to move, not only purchasing that new home, but also their property taxes go up when they move. I'm not going to read all of the subsidized and affordable senior units in Washtenaw County, just to remind you that on an earlier slide, we learned that 5,000 Washtenaw County seniors have trouble paying their bills no matter what, and we only have less than 2,000 affordable units in Washtenaw County. And so it's definitely not enough to meet the need. We heard again from the Area Agency on Aging on their ombudsman program. When there is a concern or complaint about long-term living in long-term living facilities we have in Washtenaw County, this is who they call to make those complaints to. We heard from the Ann Arbor Center for Independent Living. They are now rebranded to Disability Network. And I think the quote that they have here for us is put really well. Simply put, Ann Arbor Center for Independent Living is run by people with disabilities for people with disabilities. They are much more creative and equipped to help seniors as they age with disabilities to meet those needs. And then the quote I read earlier was from Lori's Hands. Lori's Hands uses 2 college students and partners them up with 1 community member who is looking for some light housework support in addition to some companionship. And their work is based on intergenerational research. The case for the senior millage, you guys have heard a lot about the senior millage. And so I think the thing that really stands out to us here is that the vast majority of Michigan counties, 73 out of 83, have adopted a senior millage, including Leelanau and Ottawa counties, who are currently rated as the healthiest in the state. So people aren't doing senior millages because their seniors aren't faring well. They're doing it to take care of the seniors ahead of time. Yeah,
You can
15
keep
minutes.
going. I just want to let you know we're getting close to 6 o'clock, and so I still want to give you time for commissioners to comment. But
Great.
maybe 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I already mentioned the AARP age-friendly communities, and so this is just listing out those communities that are in Michigan. And then my last slide here is the recommended activities that we've kind of tasked ourselves with this upcoming year. A lot of these are carryover from previous years as we try to dive deeper into what is happening in Washtenaw County, who's doing that work, continue to find the gaps and where we can best partner with agencies and the county. We have a town hall coming up in June at the Chelsea Senior Center. We do invite all of you commissioners to go to visit your local senior center to do one of the Meals on Wheels routes to meet the constituents that these senior millage dollars would really go to help. And that brings me to the recommendations that we did pass earlier this year. We unanimously recommended an office on aging, and we unanimously recommended a senior millage.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I'll just go first. I just wanted to thank you for presenting. I obviously sit on the Commission on Aging, but it's nice to see everything wrapped up in one presentation. So appreciate you being here and laying it all out for us. Do we have any follow-up questions or comments from Marie? Commissioner Labar.
Thank you, Chair. Marie, thanks so much. Excuse me, I appreciate it.
I had asked for the question of what our size of allocation was organization-wide that was dedicated towards seniors. That's the number you came up with at 93,000 with some specificity. And then you mentioned the 4 million in terms of the ARPA allocations.
Mhm.
Is that 4 million, do you think, roughly equivalent to what we're looking at? Is that more or less? Do you have a ballpark sense of what it is we spend in that arena and might want to plan for in terms of any decisions we make?
That's a hard question to answer off the cuff. I
Could I uncuff it?
would, sure, yeah, it'd be
uh,
great.
Getting an answer to that with a little more substance would be helpful to put that in perspective.
Sure.
And that's not a right now need, but I know this is tough to track. It's dispersed over lots of, different buckets, so to speak. So any more specificity would be helpful.
Yeah.
And thank you for the report. It makes the case on a number of things rather well.
Yeah, I think in order to get more specific with that number, I would be interested to know what the Board of Commissioners would like to spend money on. Would you like to focus on transportation, food, and isolation? Are you looking to be more focused on capital-related projects? Right? Because like, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars, right? That all the agencies could really use to boost themselves. But if you're looking, yeah, if you want us to be more specific, it would help if you guys could be more specific on what you're hoping to fund with a millage.
Sure, I can only speak for myself. I'd be happy to try and refine my ask just a little bit
Sure.
and get that up. Thanks.
Commissioner Hodge.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Marie, and congratulations on being elected chair. I appreciate the summary here and what you sent us at our last board meeting. Just wanted to know if you wanted to take a minute to share with us specifics in the recommendation. So I know you gave us the recommendation around supporting the Commission on Aging supports a millage. There was another recommendation in there. I just wanted to know if you wanted to say anything about those.
So one of the recommendations was an Office on Aging, and we agreed on the Office on Aging before we agreed on the millage. We believe that an Office on Aging would be incredibly helpful to answer some of the data questions some of you have had. With only nonprofits doing this work in the county, it is difficult to have like solid numbers for you on potential people served. It could be much higher than what the agencies are doing right now. It likely would be higher. But yeah, an Office on Aging would be extremely helpful in that data collection, on staying on top of resources available in the county, getting that information out to the agencies, and to the older adults as well. So our first one was on the Office on Aging, and we would love to see that happen at the start of the next fiscal year. Even if it means using your general fund dollars, I think that would be prudent. And then using the millage for ongoing support for that office and for these agencies.
Thank you. You predicted my next question and already answered it, so
Okay,
I'll
great.
leave it there. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Anyone else over here? Commissioner Sanders?
So you mentioned $93,000. Did you have, can you tell me the time? You had a year attached to that.
Commissioner Somerville helped reach out to the finance department, and I believe it was for fiscal year 23 or calendar year 23. So we'd have to reach back out to finance to see which they meant when they gave us that number.
And do you know if any of that funding sort of crossed over as it relates to veterans support for seniors, weatherization, and any other support that may have come from Jewish Family Services or Catholic support services or Meals on Wheels or barrier busters?
Yeah, so they were specific with the programs that 93,000 went to support. It was senior nutrition program, which is Meals on Wheels and congregate meals that happen at the senior centers. I don't remember offhand what that specific number was. It was RSVP, which is a retired seniors volunteer program. And then the third one was foster grandparents. And I believe that program is putting older adults in the classrooms with students.
Okay,
And just to follow up on that really quick, we would be very interested in learning what the county is spending on programs like weatherizations and ramps, how much of those program dollars are going to older adults. That just hasn't been able to been answered for us yet.
what is the pulse that you have on the seniors in terms of whether or not they feel like they could handle the additional expense of a millage? Do you know?
No, I
It's,
don't know offhand. I know that our commission is, are representatives of seniors. We're not representatives of agencies. The majority of our commission are older adults. When I have talked with, a few people in the Ann Arbor Ipsy area, very supportive, very like, sure, let's do it. When I talk to some of the residents out in Manchester, Milan, Sharon Township, they see the benefit. They are worried that if a millage is passed, the majority of dollars will be spent in Ann Arbor and Ipsy and not actually be seen in the rural areas. And that's the biggest hesitation that I've heard.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. And one thing that I'll just add, when we do finally get that report from Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation,
Mhm.
they, I think, are going to be able to show us where some other agencies are spending dollars on older adults, which is why we decided to reallocate the little bit of money we had for mapping because they were already mapping it out.
Mhm.
So hopefully, I'm excited to get that, and hopefully it'll be soon and we can have Chris come here and give us that presentation. Anyone on this side? Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. Marie, thank you for being here.
Mhm.
I want to note that last Friday I was on a panel at SEMCOG. They're doing a SEMCOG University session focused on aging in the region. And they had some really compelling data that they had their staff prepare. And I think one thing that I wanted to highlight out of that presentation, and I apologize for not having the map here with me, but they looked forward, I believe it was into 2035, showing the, by municipality, the region in terms of percent of population over the age of 65. And of the entire SEMCOG Southeast Michigan area, the townships of Washtenaw County in this time frame are going to end up being the oldest in terms of average age, basically in the entire SEMCOG area. So reaching all the way from Northfield, wrapping around all the way out to the western part of the county and down to the southern part of the county. In total, I mean, there's not a checkerboard. All of these municipalities and townships are going to be over the age of more than 25% over the age of 65. The demographics were, for somebody who even works in the field, quite striking to me to see that demographic represented that way. I will say that in talking with people in my district that are associated with the Chelsea Senior Center, they operate today on about $500,000. Most of that money comes through the Meals on Wheels program. So it's not money that they are generating locally. It is money that is coming in from state and federal sources through Ageways, through the county to Chelsea. When you look at their ability to pay for staff there, it's about $100,000 that they are piecing together outside of that meal money. The ARPA money that we've been able to expend has helped them add a couple of staff members, but that is, as we know, a very brief period of time. And so when you get at the idea of what impact we could have with potentially more allocation towards senior programs, it is largely unmet needs, which Marie has addressed, I think, some of them, ranging from ramps and weatherization, minor home repair, door-to-door transportation, these things that you see quite frequently. But I think there are many other things that could be done and that are innovative, that I think the resources in our county could help bring together that would be very unique and forward-looking for our older adults. And the comment that you made, Marie, about you could have $100 million or more very easily. You could have a lot of impact. The need out there is largely unmeasured. It is difficult to collect data from people who are isolated, for people who don't have social contact. Only a small portion of a population actually goes to a senior center. And generally, the people with the most need are not the people who have the mobility to get to the senior center. So it's a very difficult population to get a handle on. And I know from my own experience that it's those things that enable people to address social determinants of health, those things that enable people to age in place and live at home. Transportation is a part of that, but minor home repair and assistive and adaptive technologies like grab bars and things like that are really impactful, and they're in great need. Many of these things are not covered by Medicare, and there could be a significant impact that we could have in our community. So I appreciate the questions this evening as well, and thank you and the commission for bringing the information forward. And I want to double down on your invitation to go deliver meals. If you haven't done that in your district, I encourage you to go do it. And you will meet a group of people that have these needs, and you'll see what that's like. I think one impact we could have with a millage is improving the frequency and quality of those meals that we are providing in this community. The money that's provided currently is enough to operate a program at a certain level, right? We can do more, we can do better. And I think the people that we serve in our community with those needs deserve better. So again, thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else on the side of the room? Anyone else on this side of the room? All right, Marie, thank you. We appreciate the presentation and
Thank you.
the input on the recommendations from the Commission on Aging. So thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Next up, we have Nathan Vogt. He's going to give us, I think, an update on some MISHDA subsidies.
Good evening. Thank you. Thanks for having me tonight. Some of this you will have seen before, I'm afraid, so I'll try to go a little more quickly through that. It's kind of the background info that I like to refresh everybody with. That our Brownfield Authority that we formed in 1999, we invited most of the county. Well, we invited everybody. We got most of the county to sign up and participate. So we run a pretty unique regional Brownfield Authority in the state. And we can then deploy resources and work with lots of different local units to approve brownfield plans and support assessment on sites and provide grants and loans. And today, we're going to focus a little bit more on a new amendment that was passed last July, which you will probably be seeing some brownfield plans that use this new amendment. And so last night I presented to Ypsi City Council, tonight to you all. Tomorrow I'm going to the Ypsi DDA. Because people need to know kind of what's happening. So do I control or, oh, here it is. Oh, thanks. Haven't done this in a while, apparently. And the program itself has grown. I think I say this every time. When I started 12 years ago, very little TIF flowing through our accounts, no assessment grant program, no LBRF fund to give large grants and loans to. And now we're very active and have a well-run program that's going on all cylinders. And again, the purpose of this act is always to fill a financing gap to level the playing field between a greenfield site and a brownfield site, and all the eligible activities that are in all these brownfield plans that you all approve are always aimed at the difference between a greenfield and a brownfield site. And then the other piece, which MEDC, that Michigan Economic Development Corporation, focuses on, is helping infill sites. And that's the core communities. That's the Ypsilantis and the Ann Arbors that have these older sites that are much more difficult to redevelop. And that's the non-environmental activities that you see in plans. And then now we have this ability to directly subsidize projects that are providing affordable housing at a maximum income level of 120% AMI. And that's what we're going to talk a little bit about tonight. And again, site eligibility, usually it's a facility where there's some contamination and that gets you in the door to use the brownfield legislation. For the Thompson Block and IPSI, we used functionally obsolete or belated, I can't remember. So we do use some other categories, but usually it's facility. And now a housing property is a new definition. So any property that's rehabbing or building at least one housing unit, whether it's market rate or affordable, you are now able to use this tool. And again, TIF, sorry I have to do this, but the tax increment financing simply works to say that any existing taxes paid on a property continue to be paid. We're not taking away existing revenue. It's only the increase or the increment in taxes that is captured and then used for purposes of the act. And the different categories, again, we have environmental activities, which are your traditional cleanup, your groundwater, soil, dew care, maybe demolition, asbestos, lead, those sorts of things. And then, of course, the infill related items, which are called non-environmental activities. Only Ann Arbor and IPSI can do these. And these get into, again, the tough urban sites that are tight, hard to redevelop. And that's what those activities are meant to help facilitate. And then finally, now we have this whole new category that says, hey, if you're providing some housing or affordable housing, even if you're not a core community, if you're a township or maybe a Dexter or Chelsea, suddenly now you can do public infrastructure, which was a non-environmental activity. You can do site preparation, which is non-environmental, and some of these other things to support a housing development. So that's really new and really important. And I can tell you the Dexters and the Chelseas and some of the townships are looking at this very closely as a new tool. In terms of the process, again, the local unit is always the first stop. So you are the last stop on the brownfield plan train. It always goes to that city council or township board. They're going to consider a plan. If they don't approve a plan, you'll never see it. It does work its way up through the Brownfield Authority, my 9-member board, and then it gets to you, of course, for the public hearing and the adoption. The MSHDA process will be the same. It'll be a brownfield plan, but then with a housing component to it. It might not have any of the traditional environmental or non-environmental activities. It may just have housing, or it can have all three. And want to point out again, the special aspect to the Brownfield Act, which was not modified when all the other TIF acts were consolidated and the opt-out provisions were incorporated. The Brownfield Act was protected from that. So we have a special tool still that's very powerful, where if a brownfield plan is approved, we can bring to bear all of the taxing jurisdictions to finance cleanup activities and other activities that the act allows. So again, luckily they didn't carve that out, they didn't change that, and it remains a really important tool for us. Oh, and DDAs, because they, if a DDA was established prior to a brownfield plan, then they do have first rights to capture. And so we usually go to them and say, hey, DDA, can you forego your capture? Let the Brownfield Authority use it for our purposes, for the project purposes. And that we do that through an interlocal agreement, and it's fairly common. So the housing amendment legislation, I think I presented last year to you all as this was unfolding. Senator Irwin and Commissioner Somerville were very helpful in kind of connecting the brownfield authorities around the state, the biggest ones up with the legislators, giving us a chance to weigh in. It was really important input that we were able to give. And so finally it got done in July of last year. MSHDA began to develop the criteria and the guidelines, and that's still coming out. They sent us draft guidelines a week ago. We have a meeting tomorrow, all the BRAs, where we're going to talk about that. And again, the definition, this new eligible property is called a housing property. And you'll notice it can be just one unit, a residential housing that's going to be constructed or rehabbed, or otherwise designated as a dwelling. So it's very, very broad, allows communities to use this tool in a wide variety of cases, or it could be a residential unit in a mixed use building as well. What MSHDA has done is they've taken a broad approach to calculating what that affordable housing subsidy might be, or what a local unit could consider the subsidy amount to be. It's can't be a one size fits all, I think, statewide, but it's just a guide. What we're finding is that for Washtenaw County, as you know, the AMI in this metropolitan area is kind of high. The incomes are high because of the economic conditions. It doesn't apply so well to IPSI, for example. And so we're still figuring this out, to be honest with you. We're talking to about 4 or 5 developers in Ann Arbor, at least one in IPSI. And we're having ongoing discussions about what is appropriate policy. How do we use this formula? What is an appropriate level of subsidy? What is an appropriate level of AMI to support? And we're finding, I'll talk a little bit more about what we're finding in some of these discussions. And I talked about the process of approving a brownfield plan. It doesn't change with the MISTA. Like I said, it would be a housing component to a brownfield plan. It's a little bit of a wonky connection, right? We've got this Brownfield Act and we're tacking on housing, and there will be authorities around the state that will really struggle with this. I think we're well equipped to deal with it because, of course, OCED, this is what we do all day long. So I've got colleagues that can really help me navigate the affordable housing side of having to administer and kind of audit and monitor those units. There's some things that they added to this amendment that are interesting. MISTA allows a higher than a 5% interest, maybe because of the interest environment right now. So right now, currently the cap is 5% with MEDC and Eagle, but now with MISTA, they're saying, hey, we could allow a higher interest rate reimbursement on projects. And there's some changes about administrative approval versus having to go through like a full board approval. And then they've created this fund of 20 million. So if a developer wants to do a project, they might go to MISTA and say, hey, let us borrow some of this money, this 20 million, to help us get lending for the project. The other interesting thing is, as we've talked to MISTA officials with developers, we've said, hey, will you allow this activity or that? And they've said solar and geothermal. MEDC does not allow thermal, geothermal and solar. So that's pretty big. So we are waiting again for more guidance. What could we possibly TIF in these projects? But it's encouraging that solar and geothermal will be considered. Some other kind of more detailed things. There'll be some work that they allow prior to a work plan approval, such as if you want a developer that needs to get into a building and start rehabbing and abating hazardous materials. Now they can do up to $250,000 worth of work prior to state approval. That's actually super convenient to allow a project to move forward. Our administrative fees capture has increased from about 192,000 to maybe 250, 260. That's what pays my salary, my fringes. It also funds our environmental assessment grant program and funds program expenses. We're a self-funded program, which is great, and with extra money to do environmental assessments. So now we'll have even more money to do more environmental assessments around the county. And then this interesting change to the definition of blighted. Now, for any municipal owned site, it's qualified under this act. If you own a property, you're automatically qualified under the blighted definition, which could be really handy for communities that have properties that might be challenging and want to, for economic development purposes, have them redeveloped, or for housing purposes. And now we have a way to do that more easily. MISTA has a website that we're watching very closely, but we do have a nice connection to the MISTA folks that are keeping the big authorities around the state in the loop. But this is the website if you're curious. And so, again, we're having ongoing discussions now. We're all trying to figure this out. MISTA still hasn't finalized their guidance, so it's a little bit tricky. But some of the things that are coming up are, if you, like in Ann Arbor, if you try to subsidize a 60% AMI household, the subsidy often is too big to be paid off with TIF. It's too big of a number. So that we're running into that. So maybe Ann Arbor has to consider 80%, 90%. And of course, their policy is 60. And so is the county's policy, but they might have to consider a higher AMI to use this tool. This formula that I mentioned from MISTA, it's coming up with a delta that is pretty large. And so we're not sure how much we have to really use that formula as gospel, or can we deviate from it? And MISTA has said you can. So we're trying to figure that out. Like, what's the appropriate formula if we can't use the MISTA formula? And then there's the ongoing monitoring that we're required. We have to report to MISTA, just like we report to MEDC every year in August. We're now going to have to report to Misha on all these projects. How are we going to get the information from the developers and then have it make sure it's audited and that they've followed the affordable housing agreements and then report that on to Misha? So there's going to be some figuring out about how that's administered in the long run, but I'm confident we can do it. And then again, for non-core communities, suddenly, again, the Dexters, the Chelseas, the Ypsi Townships, the Pittsfields, any non-core community now can say, I'm going to TIF non-environmental and site prep. And the other, I think they talked about safety improvements, which, what does that mean? We're not sure. Misha will tell us hopefully, but we can do all these non-environmental things to support projects in these non-core communities, which is a huge change, which many of these non-core communities have been complaining about for many years. That's all I have.
Thanks. I think I saw this last night.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, I got the preview.
This is a little different though.
Little
It's
different.
tailored for you all.
Yeah, some similarities. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Nathan. We have any questions? Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nathan. What do you think we should be thinking about? And so we're best prepared for when we can make use of this. I know it'll all start in Brownfield. So I mean, that's where we'll see it first, but just for the 9 of us, what should we be thinking about?
We're going to continue to assist any local unit that wants to use this tool. Like that's my job. That's our job as an authority, as a county. We need to do some handholding here in the beginning and continue to try to figure out the best way to use this tool. I think what we're going to find is that it's not going to work in every case, and then we're going to have to deviate from the Misha formula. And then we have to look more broadly. It's easy to look at the formula and say, okay, here's 1.2 million exactly. So that's what you're going to get. It's not going to be that straightforward. We're going to have to look at the TIF payback period. We're going to have to look at the affordability period. So I think the best way we can help is just keep doing what we've been doing, which is having a lot of conversations. I talk to people quite often. I've been talking to the City of Ypsi with the site downtown, J297. We've been talking for 3 or 4 months. It's just a lot of conversations.
All right. I always got to take the opportunity to point out that our Brownfield program is praised statewide, and you are specifically also praised statewide. So I think we have nothing to worry about in having a really effective strategy because I mean you're handling it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie next, and then Commissioner Beaman.
Beaman can go first if she wants.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Nathan,
Yes.
you know I love you.
Is this going to be hard?
I'm not, I mean nothing of what I'm gonna say directed at you. You know, I've known you for 14 years, 15 years now. And obviously served on the Brownfield Authority with you for 6 of those years. So very familiar with brownfields and how they work, and obviously supportive of the concept that we worked with all those years ago. But during my time in the legislature and now with this new legislation, my ability to support brownfields has been eroded because I believe that they've basically become ways for developers to finance their profits. And we basically saw that with the development on Pontiac Trail, where I asked the developer how much money that he would be making off this project, and it happened to coincide with the exact amount of the brownfield TIF that we were going to be providing him. And so this to me is only a way to amplify those profits. And frankly, I am very concerned about the implementation of this bill in our county. The questions I have are, you know, sort of just to help me better understand this. I mean, I've read through the bill and the policy analysis from the state, but I want to help make sure I understand here. So in order for a property to qualify under the housing component, obviously there were the previous components of contamination and so on, making it a brownfield site. But now we've added housing, you know, providing housing as making a project eligible. And as I read in here, and as you said in your presentation, all it takes is 1 unit of housing to make it eligible. So would that mean that, for example, you could build a new Briarwood Mall and put 1 condo on the site as part of the development. And now that would be considered a brownfield. Imagine perhaps doing that in, I don't know, Lodi Township on a greenfield site that's otherwise not contaminated.
I think so. But I'll just add that, as you know, these are completely discretionary incentives. So I can't imagine a city qualifying a site on that basis and then paying for all this infrastructure, based on one housing unit.
I mean, I guess I've seen some things in my time that lead me to believe that I'm not as confident as you are in that. And you know what I'm talking about probably, but it's possible, basically, the way that this legislation is worded.
I think so.
Yeah, and so that's interesting. And as far as it pertains, I'm all about, by the way, building affordable housing. I think we need more affordable housing, and to the degree that government can help subsidize that, I don't have as much nausea over that as I do the concept of helping to support market rate activities or above market rate activities that lead to profits for various developers, subsidized at taxpayer expense. By the way, this doesn't mean that our taxes go down. It just means that, frankly, the taxes that we pay need to go even further, because even though you're capping the rate of taxation for the property, the services that are then need to be provided for the increased activity, whatever it may be, commercial or residential, means that, if there's a fire at the business, if there's, EMT needs, whatever it is, it's ultimately our tax dollars that are going to fund that. And so it does increase the burden on our taxing jurisdictions. And frankly, this is, to the extent that we expand the brownfield program into new non-brownfield areas, frankly, it's not really a brownfield program anymore. It's a housing and brownfield program, to the extent that you can define housing as one unit on a larger project. So it doesn't even necessarily limit it to housing, really. And so, but to that extent, I mean, we already are struggling. I mean, we've heard many of the horror stories at many of our public comment sessions about all the needs in our community. And we are able to provide for some of those needs using our county general fund and other, special millages. And every time we have a new brownfield that comes online, or in this case, new units that just have one housing unit on it, we're going to compromise our ability to provide services in the long run. So I think that needs to be considered as we look at these moving forward, because it is going to cost our county and our general fund and our ability to provide further services. But help me understand here, as far as the housing development activities, some of these are linked to income qualified, which, as you said, could be up to 120% AMI, still considered income qualified, which I think is a little bit of a stretch. But be that as it may, some of these are not linked to income qualified as a housing development activity. For example, reimbursement provided to owners of rental units for qualified rehab, or costs for public infrastructure and necessary public safety improvements, which again, you mentioned, remains unclear as to what that actually is. But those are not linked to having to be income qualified in the list of qualified housing development activities. Is that your understanding?
The rehab of a qualified unit, I think I'd have to look at the definition and in the amendment, but I think it is, when it says qualified unit, that means it's rented or sold to a qualified individual or family. So that would be an affordable unit activity.
Okay.
I'd have to check the definitions again, but.
Okay. And so for the public infrastructure and necessary safety improvements, that's not linked to income qualified though, right?
Right. The big ones, I think, are the first three in that slide that I think you're looking at.
I'm looking at the House or the Senate House fiscal analysis on the bill. But
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
same difference. I mean, you had it in your slide too.
Yep. Right. So I think that was the point I'm making, that suddenly like a Dexter could support an affordable housing or just a housing development. And now if a developer came to them and said, we can't make these numbers work. It's too expensive to develop. Interest rates are too high. Will you help us TIF some of these big ticket items, public infrastructure, parking? That's now TIFable.
Yeah, so basically the project, one, doesn't need to be affordable. Two, doesn't actually need to be housing. And the public can still basically subsidize the development. I mean, the only housing that's needed is one unit. If you have one unit and you otherwise don't even have any other housing, you can make, suddenly it's a brownfield and you can count the cost of public infrastructure and necessary public safety improvements writ large as a housing development activity that's TIFable,
Yes.
which is absolutely disgusting to me. And I hope that we never see a project that's even remotely even flirts with the idea of doing that. But it's unfortunate that this legislation was written so broadly to include that type of activity, because I mean, that's basically just the government subsidizing private profits. Once again, it's not even what public benefit is it providing.
I think Mishta was with the one unit thing. I think that they were thinking there could be in situations where you had one qualified household that needed to do some work on their house, and then they could use their own taxes.
Yeah.
So I think.
While
it
I
wasn't-
understand that that may have been the intention, the way that it's written is certainly not the
It's very broad.
intended consequence.
There's no,
of
it
it is
didn't,
that-
it didn't start that way either.
Yeah, I mean, the unintended consequence of it is that you could have, you know, you could build Little Caesars Arena and put a condo at the top and say, okay, this is now
I mean,
livable.
Again, I can't imagine any of our local units doing that, but
But I mean, it could be done.
perhaps.
So, all right, I'm gonna stop. I'm not beating you up, Nathan, just to be clear. This isn't about
Hey,
you.
We've done this before.
We've done this before. We've done this
all
dance
good.
before. Appreciate you.
Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. All right, completely different tone, because you know I love this and I love these projects. And I'm actually going to counter the one house thing with a question that I do have. So the reason I love this is I love this affordable housing idea. I love the township idea. I love, you know, just like the expansion. We've heard week after week after week that we need more housing. And so for me, this is just really, really exciting, from our seniors to young families to our homeless population. I'm super excited about this. So back to the one house thing, because you said something that really piqued my interest with the solar. Could this be, just again, pie in the sky, one housing unit, but with acreage of solar? Is that something that would qualify, or do you happen to know if there's a percentage? It's okay if you don't, because this is new. But it was just a question that I have, because we have many solar farms out in District 3.
The challenge will be is if you have just one house, there's not enough annual taxes being paid to really fund a large solar. So you just run into a simple numbers issue where you don't have the density to really pay off. Yeah, so I think, again, going back to just the example of somebody owning a small home that just needed some work done, and you'd have a local unit that's wanted to help them do that. This kind of allows you to do that, but I don't think it would work in the situation you're talking about unless there was more taxable value.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
Thank you. Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you. So Nathan, thank you for the presentation, the information. My question may be beyond your scope, but I've had a lot of conversations with folks in the Dexter and Chelsea community about development. And one of the, I think the things that's going on in the western part of the county is this desire to talk about things from a regional perspective and a cooperative perspective, because when you get into these projects, there are things like stormwater and drinking water and other aspects to them as well that begin to involve other entities. How well equipped do you think our township governments and the smaller municipal governments in our county are, how well equipped are they to be able to take advantage of these opportunities? Do they have the planning capability, the technical capability to really work with you and your team on this?
Well, the advantage of having this regional authority is I can swoop in and actually work with that local township supervisor that local finance director, and I do this all the time, because if they've never done TIF capture, I often have to work with them how to do that, how to get something approved. The Scioto Township plan last year, you all approved in June. That was 8 months of constant meetings with Scioto Township and the developer. So I think we're well positioned. It just takes more handholding. And I'm used to doing that. And I think I'm good at it. So I feel confident that if some outlying township didn't know what the heck to do and they call me up, we can get it done.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman.
Sorry, just one follow-up. In terms of the TIF capture and the brownfields, et cetera, are there guidelines? And again, it's okay if you can't answer this now, in terms of other funding resources that can come in? Because again, I'm thinking of my townships, I'm thinking of federal resources, USDA backed in lower income housing. And again, if you don't have the answer, it's fine. But is it compatible or is it competing?
It's usually never competing. We go through the Downriver Community Conference. We joined 12 years ago or 14 years ago for Water Street, and they invited us in because a larger coalition gets more EPA funding. They get millions of dollars a year, and we can tap into that. So we're used to going through the DCC to get EPA funding, RLF. And then now we have our own built-in funding, the assessment grant program, which we deploy quite often. I think the number is up to 600,000 since 2017. That's all our money flowing and helping. So we've got a lot of options. And then there's Eagle. There's the state money, which we're taking advantage of quite often as well. And those tend to be larger projects. So if you're talking about a smaller scale project, it's a little more tricky, but we can certainly help with the assessment, right? Doing that phase 1, the phase 2, BEA, at least at that level is easy.
Awesome. Thank you. Nathan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's always great to have you here.
Thanks.
Okay, we do not have any items for current or future discussion. Oh, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that I would like to discuss at a future working session as a suggestion, I ran across a troubling article on Bridge Magazine that was talking about population changes in Michigan counties. And I noted that Washtenaw County had the second largest population loss in the last year across the state, which is different from what we've experienced in the past. Lost about 1,000 residents in the last year, almost 7,000 since April 2020. I think some of that may be partially due to the pandemic, but the fact that we still lost 1,000 in the last year, I think is interesting. And I think just for the good and welfare of our continued, as we think about what's coming up ahead, I think this is could be potentially sort of a troubling tip of the iceberg sign that we just need to look into and understand. And so it doesn't have to be
Certainly.
soon, but just at some point, I think we should discuss this and dig more into those numbers.
Sure. And we might be able to invite a local friend who serves on the Governor's Growing Michigan committee, Aiden Silva. So cool. All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, all in favor?
All right. Brady, can you tell them to, do you already tell them to come in? Okay. There we go. All right, we're ready. Well, we are going to go ahead and call the March 20th, 2024 Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting to order at 7:02. Not bad at all. Going to move into Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Bryce. Roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner LeVar.
Here.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machietti.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
All right, team's all here. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move into public participation. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public participation. If you're in the room, I'll have you join us at the podium and you'll get 3 minutes to speak. I'll need you to start off by stating your name and your city or township. We have a great color-coded light system right there that starts at green. It goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then it goes to red when you have exhausted all of your time, at which point I will have to stop you, unfortunately. If you're joining us via Zoom, through the Zoom client, you'll hit the raise hand icon to indicate that you'd like to speak. I will call on you. You will unmute yourself, and same rules apply. You get 3 minutes, first and last name, city or township, and you'll be able to have the indicator when your time is running low. If you're joining us via Zoom by the phone, you can hit and it does happen sometimes. If you're joining by phone, you hit the *9 buttons to raise your hand. When I call on you, you will hit *6 to unmute yourself, and then you get your 3 minutes. And then we keep it going. We've also received a number of written public comments that commissioners are able to read in the board portal, which is a very useful and efficient tool that we all have access to. Would anybody in the room like to participate, give public comment? Hey there, name, city, and township.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Thompson. I'm from Ypsilanti Township, and I'm still a member of the Washtenaw Commission on Aging. You had a chance during our working session to listen to our report of what we did the last year. And I'm here to advocate for some of the actions we took this year. You received a resolution from us supporting a millage for seniors, and we urge you to consider putting that on the ballot. We also sent you a resolution supporting the formation of an Office on Aging within county government to be a single point place to help collect data, share data, and to be able to share information about programs helping seniors. We had the opportunity as members of the commission to talk to the 4 counties most like us in demographics: Ingham County, Kalamazoo County, Kent County, and Monroe County. They all have had, either for a long time in Monroe or recently passed in Ingham and Kalamazoo, special millages for senior services. Their county staff all reported that they were exceptionally helpful in meeting unmet need. And the unmet needs that are identified are often not met by other programs. We've heard about the need for equitable funding throughout a county area. If you're a senior and you're living in Milan and you need a service, you are just as much in need as if you're in the city of Ann Arbor. So when we think about things, we need to think a little bit differently, because it isn't often the concentration of need that, for example, is shown in the Washtenaw Opportunity Index. It's need based on specific individual circumstances, an aging person, wherever they might live. We also know that housing is an issue. I draw your attention, if you want to look at an in-depth study of housing needs for seniors, see the presentation we have on the county website that the Housing Bureau for Seniors gave us. But those are startling statistics. You had the image of an iceberg, and I can't help but thinking what happens when we crash into an iceberg. You have the Titanic situation, and I honestly think we are facing that in terms of housing in this county. And there are lots of things that other programs just don't pay for that help people stay in their houses. If you need your roof repaired, if you need your plumbing repaired, it's not just accessibility services. There are often some basic repairs that allow somebody to stay in their home safely. Transportation is a big issue. We know that there are not equal transportation services throughout the county, and there's also the issue of how we truly make them accessible. If you have a bus
I
stop.
think your time has run out. You missed yellow. Yellow didn't show up. Andrew, did we run out
No,
of
I
time?
was too busy talking. Thank you so much. I draw your attention to the resolution we gave you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'll let people know too, we're not able to respond until after all the public comment has happened. So if you're wondering why we don't say anything back right away, that's why. All right, come on down. Name, city, or township.
Hi, Monica Ross Williams, Ypsilanti Township. Okay, so are you scared to use your elected role and fiduciary duty to hold African Americans or Black Americans accountable? This is a rhetorical question asked of the following county commissioners: Shannon Beeman, Jason Mikowski, I'm hoping I pronounced his name right, Katie Scott, Andy Labar, and Yusuf Rabi. Yesterday in the Ann Arbor Independent News, a singular source of investigating reporting at this point, it was revealed that Washtenaw County taxpayer revenue has been spent without check or oversight of the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners by the racial equity officer with the approval of the county administrator. Both the county administrator and the racial equity officer are of African American or Black descent. Equally, it was revealed during some of the spending sprees amounting to over $115,000 in charges and Washtenaw County government P card purchases was approved by her boss, the county administrator. Some of the spending sprees were done with commissioners: Justin Hodge, District 5, Caroline Sanders, Crystal Light, the county administrator assistant, Crystal Campbell, the county administrator himself, including enjoying a night on the town with glamour and grist with our tax dollars. As African American and a Black descent tax-paying female in this county, I would like to express my insight of your inability to do your elected fiduciary duties on behalf of all citizens in this county, no matter race, sex, creed, or income. Meals at expensive restaurants, 4 to 5-star hotel stays, Uber Eats deliveries, Uber or Lyft rides up to 17 times a day, large numbers of separate airline tickets across the nation, one flight costing over $3,000 to go to Washington, D.C., possibly first class, which might or might not have been reimbursed by Atlas Travel Insurance. Who knows? The article cites the county administrator has over $33,000 in P card expenses, some of which were used on weekends when he normally is not working. The same county board of commissioner approved large raises for themselves, as some commissioners cried the former wage was akin to living in poverty for a part-time job. A growing number of Washtenaw County residents, upwards of 25% or more, are living at the real poverty levels. While all of this occurred, the county administrator lobbied to have 1.7 mils increase on every property owner in the county, while equally approving the amounts of the drunken sailor P card spending in his executive role. Stop being afraid of the word racist being thrown at you while you're deflecting your fiduciary duties to protect the public coffers. We ask you as Washtenaw County taxpayers to perform oversight the public has elected you to do and get the runaway spending under control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody next for public comment? Come on down. Thank you. Name, city, or township.
Cindy Bo Davis, Bridgewater Township, president of We Rock. So I want to talk again tonight about the process for reauthorizing the public safety and mental health millage. We have all spoken about the need for more mental health services in our county. We will continue to talk about it and how money spent in mental health services and other social determinants of health like housing and food, etc., are directly related to mental illness and crime. The conditions and the environments in which people are born, live, learn, work, play, worship, and age affect a wide range of health, functioning, and quality of life outcomes and risks. So when we talk about public safety, we need that definition to include more than just the policing agencies. We're talking about care-based safety, personal safety, mental health safety, as well as safety from violence, homelessness, etc. The fact that 62% of the millage money goes to the WCSO and municipalities with their own police force endorses a narrow, flawed view of public safety. I don't mean there's no need for police or for police presence or intervention when it's necessary. The millage was designed and passed 6 years ago for an 8-year period of time. The public-facing campaign at that time focused clearly on the mental health needs. As it is, the reauthorization of the millage would be for another 8-year period of time. To say nothing changes in community health and safety over 8 to 16 years defies everything we know about the needs of any society in our fast-paced world. I recognize that in light of all the public comment 2 weeks ago, the commissioners are looking at slowing the timeline for approval of the millage language by about 2 to 4 weeks. I appreciate that, but why not slow it down long enough to allow robust community conversations? In fact, you don't have to submit the reauthorization and the ballot language until July. If you insist it needs to be on the ballot in November, can you at least allow all the time possible to hear from as many constituents as possible before making a final decision? Or can you at least explain to us what the rush is? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the room, come on down. You'd have to come down. Not you, you're right here. But go ahead, name, city or township.
My name is Florence Roberson. I am here on behalf of the women of Washtenaw County. Most of you probably know I'm program coordinator for the Sure Moms. I am asking to make sure that we keep that funding in our millage for Sure Moms. This program has saved lives in the women and children in our county. This program is a support system not only for the moms, but we also partnership with a lot of different organizations here in Washtenaw County. The moms asked me when I told them I was coming here to be their voice, and that's what I want to do tonight. I want to be their voice. I want to make sure you hear them. I want you to know that without having this program, what's going to happen to the mothers? If the program is done because of the millage, I want assurance that there'll still be someone here that has a voice for those mothers. The children, when I started in the beginning of this program, were 15 and 16 years old, that the mothers are coming to me and telling me they're committing crimes, they're carrying guns, that their sons will be dead. In the process of that, 4 moms came to me and said, my son will be dead if no one helps. Guess what? 4 of those sons were dead. The kids that are coming to right now, the moms that are coming, these kids are 13 and 14 years old. It's a problem that we have, that some of the mothers that are in our community need help and support. So I'm asking that you stand with this program, with the Sure Moms Project, because this is the thing. If this is gone because of the millage, who's going to stand with those moms in the court? Who's going to stand with those moms when they're going through their trauma situation? Who's going to stand with the moms at the funerals of these young boys? Because there will be funerals. So what I'm asking is, I think the millage should make sure it passes, because I think there are programs like mine and organizations that partner with us that see the value in taking care of our young people, taking care of our mothers, taking care of our community. And I am asking with all my heart to make sure that these mothers keep a voice and support.
Thank you. I need your city or township.
Ypsilanti Township.
Thank you. All right.
Hi, my name is Patricia Davis. I live in the city of Ann Arbor. I am one of Sure Moms. I've been with Sure Moms since 2016. And as Flo have already stated, we can't lose Sure Mom. Sure Mom has been a safe haven for many women, and many women that have never dealt with their trauma, women who have been in domestic violence relationships, women that has been sexually molested, Sure Mom has been that safe haven for us. And to be in a program like this for 8 years, that says a lot about this program. And to lose Sure Mom would be disastrous. And as Flo said, who's gonna stand in place for these moms if we was to lose Sure Moms? So like she said, I'm begging you also, do not get rid of this program because this program is working for so many moms. It's empowering women, it's inspiring women, it's lifting women up. It's allowing women to go out and start their own business, their own nonprofit organizations. Sure Moms is a program that works for all moms of all race. Sure Moms is a program that we should have had years ago. You hear a lot of women say that. Where was Sure Mom when I was going through what I was going through? Where was Sure Moms when I was being physically abused? Where was Sure Mom when I didn't have no one to talk to? So please, please, don't get rid of Sure Moms. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? You come on down, come on.
I say, excuse me.
I need your name, city or township.
I'm from Cuba, 1980. I have a question. Why the police working on ICE? No have a question? Why the police working ICE? I Cuba, 1980. My people, why the police working on ICE? You know ICE? Nelson Mandela. Baby, 1980, I coming from Cuba. I Cuban refugee. ICE working policía. You know? Mas deportation, you know, deportation, go back to Cuba. I have a question to you. I no believe in America. My country is my country. You remember 9/11? You remember 9/11? My deportation. I coming from Cuba in 1980. ICE, policía, estatal. I losing my people. I losing my familia. What do you do? Housing? 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 Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Name, city or township.
Brian Foley, City of Ypsilanti. I'm here to stand in support of the continuance of the millage, specifically addressing issues, substance abuse and mental health. If you know anything about those two, they go hand in hand. In our county, in particular our city, we literally have people living and flooding the streets
with substance abuse and mental health issues. The Vice President of Supreme Fellows Incorporated, and our primary mission is dealing with community violence intervention. But in that work we do, as we heard Ms. Flo speak, we receive tons of calls, literally, dealing with domestic abuse, child abuse, and just abuse. I didn't realize how bad of a substance abuse and a mental health issue we had in this county, in particular the city of Ypsilanti, until we put our boots on the ground and began to walk around the downtown area. And the overwhelming majority of the people we come in contact with who seek our services either have a substance abuse issue and or a mental health issue. To take any funding away from people who need help the most and need the most help is not only a disservice to the individual, but it's a disservice to our community and people who need help. People don't choose to be homeless. People don't choose to be substance abusers. People don't choose to have mental health issues. There are many factors that go into that. A lot of them environmental, a lot of them, the majority are not by choices of their own. So I'm in here to encourage my county commissioner, Annie Somerville, that your vote is to continue with supporting of this millage. I've been out, and particularly at the AATA bus station for the last few days. And the people that I encounter, if you think we had problems last year in our county, in our city, you haven't seen nothing this year. I encourage you to do the right thing for the right reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, name, city, or township.
Eric Sturgis, Ann Arbor. You know, I am all in support of a millage, but I think before we ask voters for a millage, we need to rein in the spending. And we also need to hold our commissioners and our city administrator accountable for their spending spree. I think it's unfair to ask us to pay more money, but then allow, you know, for first-class flights of $3,000 to a conference, and then to allow someone to spend $115,000 and part of that be Uber Eats and all that. So I think we need to look at ourselves in the mirror and really evaluate what our priorities are. I would also say when you give a city administrator a 3-year contract, you're basically allowing for essentially no accountability, because if you were to move on, you have to pay him all 3 years. So at this point, what's his accountability to hold someone accountable for spending all that money? And, you know, this may seem like woo-hoo, but, you know, I saw the safe house. I saw women and children being denied going into safe house that were abused women. And this board sat back and did essentially nothing. You know, so I think we really need to look at our priorities and look at what's right. You know, we have a homeless population, a homeless crisis. We have a mental health crisis, and that's where funding should be going. And that's where any millage funding should be going. And if you take the $115,000 that was spent plus the $140,000 salary, I'm not very good at math, but that's almost $260,000 of money that's spent on one position. I think that's quite interesting that we're willing to spend all that money and not have any accountability. And then for all of you who voted for pay raises, that money could have gone for the homeless population, for mental health. And you know who you are who sat there and voted for the pay raise. You don't run for office to make money. You run for office to serve the people. And those of you who sat there and cried about this being a part-time job, you knew that when you ran. And that was a choice you made. So just remember, when you're taking votes that affect people like me and residents out there, that we're watching, and there's an election in 2024. And we're going to hold accountable the fact that there's a lack of accountability right now on the board, and we really need to rein things in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
How you doing? My name is Roger Roper. I'm from the city of Ypsilanti. And I'm in strong, I'm for. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here to talk about violence. I help run a We Live program with the county of Washtenaw. And what it's about is retaliation of violence. I can tell you I'm in this chair because I was shot a long time ago. And all I thought was getting back at the person who did this to me. And it was nothing like We Live there to help support or give me hope or anything. But now we have a program like We Live there, and I go into hospitals and I talk to these people. And not one of the people that I have talked to have retaliated in any way. And I think if we don't redo the millage, this program will go away and you will see a lot of more violence than you have seen. And I am totally down with what Ms. Flo said by the community needs this millage. I don't know about what everybody else talking about, but I know that the community needs programs like We Live and Sure Moms. Because without it, I don't know where we would be. And that's short and sweet for me.
Thank you. All right, name, city, or township.
Hi, my name is James William Milstead. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Long-term chronically homeless individual. I've been homeless since Katrina in '05. And in that time, I've managed to be housed 6 months by Avalon, which, in my personal opinion, now is a organization that's actually promoting drug usage through mental illness. Because, well, you can get a harm prevention kit right at the front door. I don't agree with that. So I think we need to take and sit there and actually look at, when we're helping the community with mental health, let's actually help a community with mental health. Some of us, because we don't take medication, but we have post-traumatic stress, so we have mental health issues, right? Can't just get counseling at such location. And if you do, how difficult is it when you have learning disabilities, such as I do, to take and sit there and navigate through these systems? Well, I'm still homeless, standing there 22 years later, and they ain't give me housing. I got a criminal record that won't let me to have housing because I don't qualify for certain programs. Is that fair? I don't think so. My community knows well. I'm talking homeless. Who I am. And yeah, I'm tired of taking this into what? Seeing programs be put in place that, you know what? They ain't working. We got a program down here we call the Delanis. That's a damn trap house for human trafficking, in my opinion. Because why? I got a 5-year probation and lifetime registry for what was going on next door till we say something about it. Okay? And I ain't touching on nobody. I'm looking out for my community. And I love my community. At one point in time, I used to take a car around the damn car and call it with the kitchen on it. Just taking feed homeless people, and I'm one of them. Now, I'm afraid to take a sit down and even take a sit down to hang out.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. All right, who else in the room for public comment?
Good evening. My name is Jim Clark. I currently reside at 2694 Arrowwood Trail. As I was walking into the building, I was thinking to myself, I really hope they vote yes on extending the warming center and overnight shelter hours. Because it's cold as fuck out there. I don't know if you felt the same way, but I'm still cold. I mean, I can feel it in my bones. I was just walking from my car to here. You know, we've invited people from Delana Center to come up here and speak, and you know, if they have to walk, they're probably not going to come. It's just too cold out. I just wanted to talk about three things real quick. One of them was, I do hope you vote yes on this extension of the warming center. And then having done that, the next topic that is on Shelter Now's agenda is ending the camp sweeps. So that's something actually that leads me into the next thing I wanted to talk about, which is the interview with Ground Cover News. I had an interview with Commissioner Somerville and with Commissioner LaBarre. Those very, very positive interviews, very, very good information. I learned a lot, and you know, I think you know there's more conversations to be had, but we do talk about camp sweeps. And then the third thing, and this is really brief, kind of cryptic, but I like it that way. Commissioner Scott, I have your roadmap. Yep. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room for public comment.
Hello, my name is Marvin Gundy. First of all, I want to apologize if I offend somebody with what I say, because I really speak from my heart, and I don't know everybody's feeling meter. Somebody's got thicker coats than others. So I'm apologize up front, because I don't mean to offend anybody, and I really never do this type of thing. So I got like these super butterflies in my stomach. Ooh, whoa, this is serious. And I'm a public speaker, so this is kind of crazy. I don't do politics, and I think that's what this is called. What I do want to say is, though, I moved to Washtenaw County in 2000 from the East Coast. When I came here, I was homeless. I had 7 felonies. There was no services out here. Nothing. For me, when I got here, I had a kid. I knew when I came from the East Coast that being a felon and being disenfranchised didn't mean that I was a loser. It was just the stereotypes that other people put on me. I'm not gonna label other people, but we all have them in our close confines. I got some of my confines that label felons what they do, so we can't act like we don't. I can say I do, and I'm a felon. But when I got here, there was nothing. So over the years, I first worked with EMU. And through, well, WCC was first, working with Mr. Warworth, can't remember his name. He made the gym over there. Great guy who started to understand the responsibility of those type of agencies towards the constituents of the county like me. Not just like the ones who can get to the school and who frequent and but the ones like me. So he started to know. But long story short, I did all of that until I got hired by Derek Jackson at the sheriff's office. Now, I've been an advocate for change since 2000, before I met the sheriff. My work didn't start with the sheriff. So if y'all know me or you can ask me about me, I got an award from the sheriff before I even got to the sheriff's office. And that was my community work before I worked with the sheriff. Since I've gotten on with the sheriff, the money that I've been able to utilize to put back into the community, it speaks for a lot. And I work with a lot of individuals who are benefiting from the millage as far as their careers in life. And that money resonates down in their families as well. See, you're not just giving it to them, you're giving it to their kids and their kids' kids. So once you change one of them, you change more. So it's like the bickering over where money goes and stuff. I've been in these streets helping people from the beginning. And I rarely see a lot of people who talk about the money. Even when I ask them to come to volunteer at my events with the people they trying to serve, never see nobody. But I'm always there. And I can vouch to say that I really believe that the money is trickling down and helping people in your county. I've seen Washtenaw County do a big change, and I see a lot more people involved that wouldn't have been able to be involved if these things didn't happen. So thank you guys, and I hope everything figures out.
Thank you. I need your city or township.
I'm a rep, I'm rep Ipsy.
Okay,
48197. Woo-hoo.
thank you. All right. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, name, city, or township.
Hi, my name's Kath Howard. I'm from Augusta Township. The light hasn't turned green. Oh, there we go. I'm here to, first of all, to also support the idea of the warming centers staying open an additional month. It is cold out there. It may stay cold for a while. I also want to say, my friend Country, I'm not sure where he went. He was up here a little bit ago. He was talking about having been here since 2005. He came from Katrina and has not been housed. There are a lot of people who are not housed. And I wasn't sure what I was going to talk about today, but I'm going to talk about this. Our approach to the hundreds upon hundreds of people who are not housed in Washtenaw County is not working right now. It's really not working. A year ago, this board said that there would be $3 million towards another shelter. And I know some money has gone towards agencies to try and help with diversion from being evicted and getting people, but the amount of people that are being helped versus the amount of people seeking assistance is a drop in a bucket. You have this many people calling and this many people getting assistance. This requires a multi-pronged approach. And meanwhile, to solve the problem is going to take years, and you still have hundreds of people unhoused and cold. And the shelters that you have are inadequate and cannot house all the people who need to be out of the cold. And somebody has to do something about that. And this board is really one of the main entities to look at that problem. And I see my time is coming up. I'm volunteering on a regular basis, and my money's going towards this on a regular basis. But something else we have to look at it. Housing is not affordable in this community for almost anyone who's not making $100,000 a year or more. And you have to do something, and we have to do something, and we need to start doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the room for public comment?
Tegwin John, Ann Arbor. Commissioners, I see that there's a resolution here, item D in the third section, to extend winter and sheltering activities through April 30th. I ask that you approve that tonight on the first reading so that we don't have to wait until April 3rd, because I think you probably have noticed that it is very cold outside tonight. So thank you for putting that on the agenda. Please approve it, because people otherwise will be forced to sleep outside. I appreciate all the other public comments that have been made with regards to the funds from the county millage. And I see that there's another resolution here for a public hearing regarding the millage and the way that those funds are spent. And I look forward to a robust conversation in this community and some of these funds being moved around, because there's a lot of programs that have been spoken about tonight that are very important, addressing and preventing trauma, addressing substance use and mental health. And that's what this community should be funding, not redoing our jails, not adding more money to the very significant funding that our sheriffs and police department receive. yeah, we need to be taking care of the people who live here, in particular the people who are suffering the most in this community. And many of those people are people who are sleeping outside in this weather. So as the previous commenter said, our solutions right now that we have to this rapidly growing problem are not working. There are solutions out there that we can find, and one of them is building another shelter and increasing our capacity to take care of the most vulnerable people in this community and not giving them one more month of sleeping on floors in churches before they move out to tents again, which is what's going to happen on April 30th. And it will still be cold in April. It will be less cold than it is now, though. So I thank you for that. But one thing that we could do is invest in another 24/7 shelter in Ypsilanti that will serve as a site for all of these services to be provided to the community, for people to come and receive mental health care, for people to come and receive substance abuse counseling, for people to access resources regarding domestic violence. This could be a place that is owned by the county, that is operated by the public for the public, that allows us to take care of each other the way that we all want to. And I hope that you want that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Name, city, or township?
My name is Elia Snow. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti Township. Just following up on what Tegwin said, I would hope, I've seen some of the expressions on the council members' faces and stuff. It seems, I'm getting the feeling that you're all, or at least that you may be leaning towards extending the daytime warming center, which I certainly hope so. I think that's the absolute bare minimum. It is necessary. It is just, I mean, I know the weather's unpredictable, but part of that means it's going to be cold when we don't expect it to be cold. Beyond that, following on what Tegwin said, we absolutely need another shelter, another 24/7 shelter. We need one specifically, ideally in the Ypsilanti area. Having helped, volunteered, worked with the unhoused community directly. I mean, you've heard from several other people who are unhoused who have talked about the conditions at Delonis. I want to stress that beyond the people that Delonis isn't able to serve, it will be able to take some of the load off of Delonis so that Delonis itself can improve conditions there. And ultimately, also following on another point that Tegwin made, is that there is or I believe it was actually the person before Tegwin, that there is a direct correlation between rents rising and homeless population increasing. I don't think that's very shocking. I haven't looked it up recently, but I believe it was something like for every $100 that rent goes up, the unhoused population in an area tends to increase by about 10%. It's something along those lines. And a necessary part of it is getting rent and out of control landlords reined in, so that we can so that people can have housing. And part of a shelter, I would say, also includes pathways to affordable housing and to employment. Just as a last thing, I think about a time where I've heard from people on the streets who are talking about having the cops called on them by businesses that they had tried to get a job at and had been turned down functionally for being homeless. If these people can't even get a job, how are they going to pay for even affordable housing? You need those pathways. Anyways, that's pretty much all. Those were just thoughts that popped into my head listening to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Hello, good evening. Hi, neighbors. My name is Jen. I'm here from Ypsilanti 48198. I am here tonight not as a member of any specific organization. I'm just a citizen, a registered voter, and I'm here to support my friends and neighbors who are living their life without the safety or comfort of a floor or walls or plumbing or electricity or heat. First, thank you for the funding. We ask that you approve the resolution on the agenda tonight because as you have heard, as I'm sure you know, the clock is ticking on this one, and it's mighty cold out there. But what we also need now is help securing a location. This month is closer to the curtain than the overture. And the usual locations of churches and things like that are secured for other uses. So our neighbors, the ones who are forced to live outside, need help finding a space as we edge closer to March 31st. And if anyone is planning your Easter meal, that's in 11 days. So 11 days from today. That's ask number one. The second ask is for an Ipsy-centric 24/7 shelter. The need is desperate, as you have heard from all of the community members tonight. These are the people who help stitch together the safety nets, and they are regularly creating something from nothing. And we need a location like this to serve our friends who desperately need these services. And we just need to continue to take care of us. So thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Hi, my name is Gil Hayden. I'm a Ann Arbor resident. I'm coming to say thank you for putting an extension for the warming shelter on the agenda for tonight, and I'm really hoping you'll pass it tonight again, so the shelter doesn't have to close and reopen, or shelters. And also to say that the 24/7 shelter would end the need for you to keep putting extensions like this, as it would shelter people for a longer period of time. And I remember at the last meeting, folks seemed hesitant about that 24/7 shelter because they preferred wraparound services, but like while you put those wraparound services together, people are still unsheltered. So you really need both, and you need to make sure people are sheltered now while you deal with your wraparound services. And I'd just like to echo the programs, the amazing programs that I've heard tonight, and making sure those continue to be funded as they fill gaps in our community ecosystem that otherwise people would fall through the cracks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Name, city, or township.
I'm Mark Creekmore from Ann Arbor and board member of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We want to make 4 points. First, NAMI Washtenaw County supports the renewal of the current millage with the revised companion ordinance. Second, there's much passion about the millage, as we heard tonight and before, about the collaboration between justice and mental health sectors. And passion is important. It's important to listen because that makes passion means it matters, and it also means it's hard to, these problems are hard to solve. So we none of us have any answers, but we're trying. So here are 4 points about these passions. Passions run high because police are dispatched through 911 for people with mental health conditions. Actually, many calls are currently diverted and improved. Crisis response systems with CMH have emerged, but regardless, people will always call 911 for police help. We will always need police training and collaboration for de-escalation and diversion. So we need the collaboration of these 2 organizations. Passions run high where the justice system, the criminal and civil courts especially, order mental health treatment. No one likes to be ordered to do anything. Actually, involuntary treatment does occur occasionally. The mental health advocates support it because it helps divert or interrupt people from harming themselves or other people. So it's not a solution, but it's a start. Passions are high because people reject the millage's funding parity between public safety and mental health, 38% for each. Actually, funding partly represents the values of the citizens in the county, and voters supported good mental health and good public safety and their collaboration. So it's a parity. Maybe people want more. Some people want one side to get more, one side to get less. But it's part of the public values, and that's the struggle. Passions run high among people who mistrust and fear police for various reasons. We all know that. But let me talk from NAMI's point of view. Passions run high from NAMI members, with some NAMI members, who support collaboration between mental health and public safety. The 2017 millage has improved the management of mental health crises as supported by independent assessments from the Center for Health Reform and Transformation, CHART, and the Wayne State University Center for Behavioral Health and Justice. Both have recommended this, have found both of these, that these two collaborations work. For 20 years, NAMI Washtenaw has been heavily involved in developing collaboration among police, courts, and community mental health, and we plan to continue in the jail, in the mental health court. with
Sorry, your
police-
time is up.
with police
Go ahead, finish
training.
that sentence.
Okay.
Finish the sentence. I think you're wrapping up.
Okay. So NAMI Washtenaw County believes we can improve things even more with the three proposals for our new ordinance, which will persuade leaders of the 7 communities with
All right,
their
that's
own
good. Thank
police
you.
agencies.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Yep. All right. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down.
Hello again, my friends, Commissioner, everybody else. I just want to lead out by saying thank you so much for having the extension of the shelters on the agenda this evening. It's a sign of hope. But I also come before you to ask, help us find locations for that, right? We have 10 days notice. We need to find locations for those day shelters that aren't going to be extended, and we all know that. So beyond that, we'd also like to ask that we pursue this beyond May 1st, right? The extension of sheltering. I'll leave it there.
I need your name, city, or township.
Courtney Labby, Ypsi City.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Ben Foster, Ypsi. Yeah, I'm just joining the rest of the folks who spoke in favor of extending winter shelter through April 30th. I'm a co-coordinator for the Daytime Warming Center, and the staff of the Daytime Warming Center is fully in support of extending those things. We've gone, since the Warming Center has existed, have gone through this cycle every year where we collect camping equipment for the last month of the Warming Center and hand it out. And this is stuff from people's basements. This is stuff that, you know, we can go try to buy at Walmart. And it's every year just an incredibly painful event, basically. Like, yeehaw, you have to go camp through April in Michigan, which, like, I know everyone has said this, but yeah, it's cold as shit outside and it's terrible. We don't want to be out there. It was snowing this morning when I opened the warming center. So yeah, urge you to approve this, but also to begin looking at ways that we can like break this seasonal cycle of just telling people to go out and camp. Because this, especially this past season, this past winter, have seen so many people get swept from their camps, and not necessarily by any single entity, but from private landowners, from Parks and Rec, and with contact from the Sheriff's Department and Ypsi Police. And so that is something, I don't have time to like fully delve into that, but that is something that we have to address as a community. Like, if we're not offering shelter to folks or housing to folks at the level that we need, how are we going to handle, you know, people having to go from place to place to place and getting swept from displaced, evicted essentially from their camps? So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Right. Name, city, or township.
Hi, I'm Gracie in Ann Arbor. So I just wanted to go on record to say that I support the extending of the warming center through April. Yeah, these are folks that I care about very much so, and have been a part of the community for 6 years or so now. And So I have the experience. I know what it's like. I think that it's just common sense, and I hope that y'all approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for a public comment? No? Okay. Ashley, do we have anybody online for public comment?
Currently, we do not have anyone online for public comment, Chair.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay, first we'll go to Karen Holman.
All right. Karen Holman, name, city, or township? We'll go to another person while we wait for Karen.
Okay. Next, we will go to Marianne Sarosi.
All right. Name, city, or township?
Marianne Sarosi. I'm in Ann Arbor. I agree with the people who wholeheartedly, I agree with the people who want mental health services to continue in the county. As a matter of fact, I would like more mental health services to go or more millage funding to go towards mental health services. Right now, about 62% of the millage funding is not required to be used on mental health issues. And the vague wording of the millage makes me uneasy because we're not guaranteed to have it directed at mental health services. And I would like to take the time, we don't have to renew this millage now because it's not up. Take the time to reconstruct the millage to make it directed more at mental health services so more of these community agencies can do all the good that they're doing and then some. And I think because of the vague wording in the millage, we need to have a little bit more accountability as to how those dollars are used by the agencies that get them. And like, for example, the sheriff's office, how is that money being used for mental health? I think we all want to know that. And many of us who voted for the mental health millage, we want more mental health services. And I think that we should take the time. There's no rush to renew the millage because it's not expiring, and create a millage that actually sends more money for mental health services in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna give Karen another shot here. Karen? Name, city, or township, please. Nope, it's not working. Is there anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next we have Cindy.
Cindy, state your name and city or township, please.
Hi, Cindy Middleton, Ann Arbor. I'm calling to request the renewal extension of the daytime warming center. However, the millage that's written currently seems to be very vague and doesn't require that the funds go to mental health. And I think that's a problem. I think we need to step back and look at that and rewrite them so that we can require that the funds be used for mental health and that they require that sheriff and municipalities receiving the funds will be accountable for how they spend the tax dollars. I think that's a really important part. As Marianne mentioned, it's not up for renewal for another year. So I think it's important to provide the mental health resources that our community needs. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm gonna give Karen another shot here.
Karen has put her hand down.
Karen, put her hand up. It's back up. I can see it. It's back down again.
It is, yes.
Okay, well, anybody else online?
All right, we're gonna try.
Nope, Karen's hand's back up.
We'll try Karen one more time.
Okay, we're trying again, Karen.
Karen, you are off mute.
Please state your name, city or township.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you hear us? You can?
Yes.
Oh my God, thank you. I'm so embarrassed. But anyway, my name is Karen Holman. I'm from Ypsilanti Township, and I really support, especially the last two people who spoke. I think there needs to be more community input and assessment of how effective the expenditures were. I would like to see, even though it kind of puts a wrench into the works, to maybe rewrite and restructure the millage. I would like to see more money toward mental health. The Sure Moms program is great, but according to figures from a presentation to the Board of Commissioners in September by Jared Clayton, that was $318,000 out of a $20 million budget. I think more money could go to that. More money to We Live. That was 118,000 out of 20 millions. So I think more money could go to those good pro-social programs. And also I'd like you to consider maybe the millage, if you do have to pass it the way it is, maybe for a shorter time, so it can be reevaluated and possibly you could promote a revised millage as kind of an update or as an updated millage, right? It's not a renewal, and maybe that would make it a little easier to promote. I hope that made sense. Thank you all for being patient. Okay, bye.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else online, Ashley? No, anybody, last call for anybody in the room that'd like to give public comment. Come on down, name, city, or township.
Thanks. Hey there, my name's Aaron. I live in Ypsi. Just reiterating what a lot of people have said already. I really want to ask you all vote to extend all of the winter shelters for another month. And you know, I don't know, why is this on, like, why is this vote coming so late? Like, we've been showing up, you know, the past 2 county commissioner meetings, and you all know that every single winter this happens. You know, I'm glad you're voting on it now, but just keep in mind this for next winter, right? When this happens again, like, I'm sure you all don't want to have to sit here for hours and listen to public comment and like all these people coming out showing like how strongly we care about this, like how strongly we care about like our neighbors and our friends. And so, you know, like, maybe you can avoid this in the future by just like thinking ahead, realizing that this is like this like crisis that happens every single year, and like do better, you know, right? Like, make it last longer next year, make it last year round next year. Like, I mean, there's so many issues. I get it. There's so many like different ways that your attention is being pulled, but really like the violence that is, you know, like experience like every day being homeless, right? Like, it is like violence to just like neglect people, to like not to like put people in these like crowded conditions, right? Like, Delonis is so overcrowded, so understaffed. Like, that's why it's unsafe. It's just like this real lack of space. Like, we just need more shelter space in the county. We need a shelter in Ypsi. Sorry, I had one other thing. Actually, no, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Name, city, what?
Or township. You live in a city or a township.
Okay, my name's Austin. I'm currently street homeless in Ann Arbor. I'll be short and sweet. It's cold outside, right? You wouldn't want to spend out there at night. Please consider that. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, name, city, or township.
Alex, Ann Arbor, here with Shelter Now, again, for the however many weeks we've been coming. We see that you have put the issue of extending the shelters with a month, I think, on the agenda. Great. Do that. Vote yes. I mean, is that even a question? Just do it. And then what? Like some other speakers just said, we need this to happen. We don't need this to happen every year. We don't want to come back here every winter and beg for you to extend the shelters with another 30 days, even though that's That's important too. We need to have a 24-hour shelter. That's why we're here. We need to have a 24-hour day, like year-around shelter, so that people at the very, very least can have a safe, warm place to spend the night and the day. There's so many issues, so much to talk to, but at least do that. I had other points, but right now I just want to emphasize we need a 24-hour shelter, and we are gonna keep coming. We're gonna keep showing up, doing what we do, flying our banner, eating our enchiladas on the staircase, and yeah, what else? Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, going once, twice. All right, 3 times. We're closing public comment. Great. We'll move on to commissioner response to public comment. I would just start off by thanking administration for putting together the work to be able to extend the daytime, the warming shelter. I know it's been something we've heard a lot about for an extended period of time, and it takes a significant amount of effort to put something like that together. So thank you to the team that did that. Later in the agenda, I will make some comments about the timeline related to the public safety mental health millage. But just know that that part is part of the discussion. So that'll come shortly. And Commissioner Labar, you were quickest on the draw.
Thanks, Chair. Just to build on some of the comments that were shared tonight. We're able to extend the shelter because shelter staff are able to step up to meet that challenge, and I appreciate that. That is absolutely an issue, though, where they're at capacity, not just in terms of the numbers they've got, but the shelter season and its length. We had a continuum of care meeting today, this afternoon, and the relevant point there is that numbers around homelessness continue to rise. That's borne out in the data, and unfortunately, the area that remains most stubborn in terms of moving in the right direction is homelessness for families. And I think we all know, especially with the presence of children, why that is such a paramount crisis. We heard comment tonight about some of the funding that the mental health and public safety millage brings in, some of the programs that it makes possible. All of these things are tied together in direct and indirect ways. They are policy questions, they are fiscal questions, they are moral value questions. None of them are easy questions. So I hope that we will decide all of those with the context that they are interrelated. To the advocates who have spoken these last several weeks, when you say that you will continue to come, you have been and remain welcome. That's entirely appropriate. I think this challenge of homelessness has existed in this community for a long time, and there are multiple factors that address it. But the actions that I think this body can take that would be helpful at this time is to take a step back and look at 3 years out from the dissolution of coordinated funding, which was essentially the end of a 10-year experiment using that model. We have run out of ARPA dollars, and we have run out of external funding sources that allow for anything that can be strategic and long-term. And so I think we have an opportunity in this year to try and designate some of those resources structurally within the county's budget to address those areas where we think we're coming up short, or a better articulation of why we choose not to do that. What we passed at the end of 2023 in terms of homelessness response was impactful. It was a lot, but much of it is one time. And so I guess I would say, I think we can decide as a board, are we done there, or do we want to take a different structural step?
Point of order.
I think those are questions we've got to ask. And I think we should come to an answer that we need to put back something on a structural level. Right now, we have new human services partnership up and running, and I think that's going to bear fruit. but I think that there remains more to do. And I'd wrap up just by saying, I know folks are irritated to hear the question of coordinated funding coming back up again. But please understand that was nothing special other than an intentional effort to do things together as a group and to add capacity. And while the county's amount of funding that we now provide directly to those human services has gone up, the aggregate remains smaller. So perhaps we can reprioritize some of what we've worked on and some of what we plan to work on in a way to address that, or find space in that discussion for external partners to take up some of that load or not. But I'm hopeful there. The one thing I know though is if you don't answer the millage question, those challenges become harder. If you don't answer those challenges, the outcomes the millage addresses and seeks to avoid, they get harder. These are all linked. And I know that we are up to the task of providing a response, and I think it will be successful. And Chair, appreciate the way you've facilitated this discussion so far. This is not an easy process to ask you to lead us through. So thank you for that. And thanks again for everyone who shared thoughts tonight.
Thank you. All right, I got Commissioner Robbie, then Commissioner Beaman. You were quicker than Scott, and then Scott. Scott, what's your, oh, man, everybody wants to respond. All right, well, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Well, thank you to all that came forward today to testify. It's actually very exciting to me that we've had such robust public comment at the last several meetings. For many years, we actually didn't have very much public comment at our meeting, so I'm appreciative that all of you are taking interest in what the county's doing. I think that's a good sign, and I think it leads to better government when people show up. The first series of questions I had, I do want to respond to some of the various comments that were made, but I was concerned by my brother from Cuba that came, who's lived in the country for 40-some years, who was trying to articulate collaboration between the Sheriff's Office and ICE. And I think Derek might be here, or a representative from the Sheriff's Office that might be able to answer some questions that I have. I don't know when the appropriate time would be, but I would like some clarity from the Sheriff's Office on what their procedures are in terms of collaborating with ICE. When would be the appropriate time for that, Chair?
Well, Derek or someone from the Sheriff's Office, are you online?
Thought I saw Derek in the room before, but.
Derek? Derek, not here.
Oh,
he was here. He's not here now. If he's watching, as he does sometimes, maybe he would.
He might be en route home or something too, but at some point, I'd like to get answers to that question. I did pull up the Sheriff's Office Immigration Enforcement internal memo. And it's quite concerning to me, actually. That seems like I thought that the Sheriff's Office was not collaborating with ICE at all, but it does seem like there is instances where collaboration does occur. And I'm very concerned about that. And I have questions about I read through these procedures just after the comment was made. And I'm seeing that we are participating in a number of programs that do detain and turn over undocumented immigrants to ICE through Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. So I'm hopeful that we can get clarity on this, because if it's true, I'm extremely concerned that we are continuing to collaborate with a fascist organization like ICE. So would like to understand that further. Maybe later on in the meeting, we can come back to it. On the millage, I want to thank those that came out and spoke on it. I think my thoughts are pretty clear at this point. And I want to underscore something that individual that was making public comment said, which is we did hear from several good programs today that are funded through the millage. Very appreciative of the work that they do. And I think it's interesting that those are the programs that are being highlighted, because as the constituent that came forward and spoke mentioned, they are but a small fraction of what the millage dollars are used for. I don't see a scenario in which this board would ever not want to continue supporting those programs. But I will say that we should really be putting more money to programs like that and more money to mental health support, to housing support. Those are really where we should be focusing our energies and dollars. And I don't want to conflate the fact that, there are good programs with the fact that, we do have a larger question of how are those dollars actually being used, but more importantly, what are the mechanisms for accountability that exist? And I will just underscore and emphasize something I've said time and time again, which is one of my conditions for voting for this millage. Ideally, I would like to see the millage rewritten so that it's focused on mental health. But obviously, there's a lot of opposition to that around this table. So in the absence of that, I would really like to see us draw strong accountability measures into the ballot language that bring all of the dollars back to this board, which is elected by you, the people, to ultimately make the decisions so that you can all come here and testify and speak to the importance of programming and speak to programming that you think maybe isn't a priority for you. It should be a dynamic process, and it should be a process that is not set in stone for 8 years that can't change. It should be a process that we, your representatives, that you have an opportunity to vote in and vote out, have that opportunity to say, this is a budget that reflects the community priorities for the sheriff's office, for the mental health, and for the local communities that provide their own services. I think that simple level of accountability is not too much to ask for, and allows the public the opportunity on an annual basis to have their voice heard in the process of those millage dollars being spent. Again, I think this is a bare minimum request, and I hope that my colleagues can join with me in pushing for that ultimately in a revised ordinance that will ensure that we have public accountability and transparency on this money. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Beeman says Scott was quicker, so we'll give it to Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. Thank you, Chair. I was waiting, Beaman. I want to thank everybody for coming out this evening and telling their stories, coming out for the past several weeks, months, for continuing to come. I have been very touched by those stories, so much so that after our last meeting, I specifically talked to our Administrator Dill, to ask him to form this resolution extending the winter sheltering season for at least this year, and then we can have a discussion about how this probably needs to be extended in perpetuity, because April is not a warm month in Michigan. And so I'm very happy that he did that. And I think that it has support from people around the table, but I'm thankful that when he did that resolution, then he asked me to advocate for it. But I didn't need to advocate for it because you all came to advocate for it. So thank you. I will tell you in response to the question about having a 24/7 shelter, I think of it like this. My colleagues are probably sick of me saying it, but I am a nurse in the ICU. And so like the ER, we triage things. And of course, there are some things that rise up that you have to pay attention to more quickly. Chronic high blood pressure is a problem that you need to take care of. But if you come in to see me, a stroke or a STEMI, a heart attack is more important, and I'm going to treat those things like an emergency. So to me, the increased need for a 24/7 shelter in this county is chronic high blood pressure, not benign, still a problem we need to address, but extending the sheltering season for this month of April because you're right, it's really frigid out there. So extending that to me was like the stroke or like a heart attack, and we needed to do something quickly. So I'm pleased that we have this on the agenda tonight. I want to thank administration for responding so quickly to get that resolution on board, for listening to my concerns and getting that forward. I also want to just make a note about the millage. I am so glad to hear from people talking about what we can do to improve the millage. I am a big process person also. Something has happened. You can't go back in the past and change it. But what you can do is think about what happened in that process and how to make things better in the future. This was our first iteration of the millage. I think by and large, it did fabulous things for this community. And we heard from some of those people. I was also particularly touched by Commissioner Beaman's story at our last meeting. I encourage people to listen to that. But I do think that what you've said is this was a starting point and we can do even more with it. So I am eager to think about how we go forward. And once again, just thank you so much for your advocacy and thank you for being here. I think it's great. Keep coming. Thank you.
Thank you. I always appreciate a good health metaphor.
Always.
That was a good one. All right, Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to everyone who's come out also to advocate and speak and share their stories and share their truth. It is what we need to hear. And so as others have said, keep coming. I'm going to be a little bit lengthy here, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I have a couple of different things I want to talk about. So the first is the sheltering and housing. I believe with certainty that this board will pass the resolution that's on the agenda this evening. I also agree that it's a Band-Aid. It's not a permanent solution. We need to do more and we need to talk about that. There was a comment tonight about neighbors and friends. And what I'm going to ask all of those who came out to advocate tonight is that we need some neighbors and friends. One of the things that has been addressed when we're looking at our homeless and unhoused population is safety. In my mind, the most dangerous situation we can put our unhoused population in is in an area where they are not wanted. We need a partner to bring this shelter forward. We need a friend. We need a neighbor. If it were forced upon a community, think of what it would do to that population. Think of how they would be treated. Think of what could even happen to the facility if it were put in a space that was not wanted by the powers that be. I'm not saying by the people. I'm not saying by the people. I'm saying by the powers that be. So please, we love the advocacy here. I'm not in Ypsilanti meetings. I cannot speak to the advocacy that's happening there, but we need a friend there. We need a neighbor there. So please bring that forward. So again, we can have a community partner in this conversation so that it can become a reality. Again, appreciate the advocacy, and you are not going to hear anyone speak more about affordable housing and the need for affordable housing in this community in our working session. I was baiting Robbie a little bit about what I want to do with some of the new funding that's come forward and how we could use that for affordable housing and housing. So
Well, we can't engage back and forth, unfortunately, at this point. But you might be able to engage later at a later time with Commissioner Beaman. I can't do it. Oh, this is a gavel time. I can't do it. Sorry, I got to keep the order. All right. Great. Commissioner Beaman, are you done with your comments?
no, I'm going to switch gears though. So
Oh, you had more on
thank
your
you,
list.
Chair. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair. All right, so I'm going to switch gears here a little bit and go to the millage. I also appreciate those who came out tonight and spoke to the millage and spoke to the programs that they were receiving support through the millage. Just to clarify, the programs that were discussed this evening when we're looking at Sure Moms and We Live, those are funded through the Sheriff's Office, as was noted by one of the callers this evening. Other items that are funded through the Sheriff's Office or our initiatives through the Sheriff's Office are the 5 points when we are looking at response to an emergency situation. And just to clarify what those are, one is a police response, one is a coordinated response. So that is who's on first, who's going first, and does someone need to come in for backup based upon the situation. Third point is an unarmed community response. fourth is a straight clinician response. And then the fifth is the co-response unit. This is just very high level. There's details, and I'm happy to speak to anyone about these initiatives through the sheriff's office. Another initiative is the Washtenaw County Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion and Deflection, which is also known as LEAD. It is a pre-arrest diversion initiative that diverts participants who have behavioral health disorders and who are suspected of being engaged in low-level criminal behavior away from the criminal justice system and towards community-based support and services. This is just a couple of different touch points of what's coming through the sheriff's office when we're looking at this millage. There are community systems that are being supported through this millage, through dollars and funding at the sheriff's office. So while we can look and want to divide this, the point is we want to combine it. And that's what I've heard from many of you who have spoken, is how can we bring more mental health services through our justice system? So I'm happy to discuss, email, connect after with anyone who wants to learn more about these different programs, but there are many, many programs in addition to Sure Moms and We Live that are helping our community and helping those with mental health and behavioral disorders within our community. So thank you, Chair.
No, you're welcome. And I'm gonna keep a tight grip on the gavel because I think I'm gonna have to use it more times this meeting. All right, anybody else want to respond? Commissioner Light, go ahead.
I would just like to thank all the individuals that gave public comment today. Thank you to our Shelter Now that said they are going to continue to come. Thank you. But my ask is that we connect and have more conversations beyond public comment so that we can come together. And for me, I always think about, we have a large county, maybe thinking about providing shelter not only in just Ypsilanti 48197, but just coming together to think of more spaces where we can provide wraparound services, transportation to make sure that those that are homeless are able to be sheltered. So just more conversations. I would love to have those. So if anyone from that advocates for homeless could contact me so that we can figure out a way to have those conversations and get the ball rolling, because it's been rolling pretty slow. That's the first thing. Second, I would like to encourage more conversations about millage and just making sure that we are clear on how the renewal works. Maybe thinking about that if we do renew the millage, that we could create ordinances to kind of balance or to make sure that the millage works that the way that it should. Not saying that it has not, because it has worked greatly. But just more conversations and clarity. That's another thing, definitely open to. Myself, I'm going to make sure I provide not only to my district, but to those that want to have those conversations. I'm available, and so I'm speaking for my other colleagues. We are available for those talks and conversations. And if they say they're not, let me know. And the last thing I want to address, there was a public comment about our Black commissioners being on spending sprees, addressing my other colleagues, saying they need to hold us accountable. For one, coming from another Black woman, I took it very offensive, and it was racist coming from another Black woman. I feel that no other Black individual should be racist, providing that they have went through some of the things that I've went through. It was not accurate. The information that was provided was not accurate. There have been attacks not only just on the Black commissioners, but our county administrator and our equity officer, including her family, her child, which is totally unacceptable, and it is hands-off, and it will not be tolerated. And I ask that this board, my colleagues, that you make sure that you provide accurate information to any individual that comes for your colleagues. Because I am unaware of how, I'm not sure how information, inaccurate information, is provided to a non-important blog with information that's not FOIA. So I just ask that if information is going to be provided to a blogger that is inaccurate, just come to me. Come to our equity officer, come to our administrator and ask so you can get the correct information. I don't mind speaking. I don't mind sharing information. I have nothing to hide. I was elected by the people to do and serve honestly. So there's nothing to hide. You don't have to FOIA, you can ask and I will provide it along with the rest of my colleagues. So I just ask that my colleagues make sure that you provide correct information if you're going to provide information to a blogger or to anyone. And for our constituents, please, please feel free to come to me or to come to my colleagues at any time. I am available. And I want you to know that I am working for you. I'm not spending your tax dollars. My colleagues aren't spending your tax dollars. Our administrator is not spending your tax dollars on spending sprees. And I just ask that we are just careful how we treat one another. So that stands for this board. We need to hold ourselves accountable, not only for the relationships and the partnerships and the work we do here, but have one another's back to make sure that we are giving correct information to other individuals. So I'm just asking if we are providing information, make sure it's correct. I have zero tolerance for racist comments and actions or anything. It's not going to be tolerated on this board amongst one another, or it will not be accepted from individuals towards my colleagues. So I just ask that we take that into consideration, and that for the blogger that came for our equity officer, her family, her child is totally off limits. It will not be tolerated at all. So that is all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Somerville, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who came out tonight to discuss the mental health and public safety millage. Appreciate all of the input, both from people who are asking for additional time. I am grateful for Chair Hodges' work on laying out a plan so that we can have additional public engagement. Commissioner Labar laid some of this out, but I'm aware we've had a lot of conversations here and from public comment over the last 15 or 16 months around the homelessness crisis in Washtenaw County. It is obviously getting worse as each day that we talk about it. Family homelessness in particular has become a bigger crisis than anyone's ever seen in this county, and that is a situation that has to be treated a lot differently than congregate settings where single adults can go. I think some of the things that we're all weighing when we're making decisions is preventing family eviction and single adult eviction in the first place, because it's more expensive to deal with that once somebody becomes homeless. And then if that should happen, how can we put more money and resources into rapid rehousing people? Because that's also more cost effective. The problem with the family homelessness crisis that we're experiencing here in Washtenaw County is that we don't have enough space. And so when you come through our system and our partners that help with the overall entry point for homelessness services, even once you get assessed by the family assessment and the agency that does that is SOS, there's not the, I don't know, Commissioner Scott gave a great example, but there's nowhere to go after the ER. You get your intake, you get assessed, and then there's nowhere to go. And that, maybe if we had planned for this and knew this crisis, I wasn't here 10 or 20 years ago, but I think there needed to be more planning in place to have more space available now for families, and there's just not. Alpha House is working on expanding, and that's going to be really helpful, especially next winter. It'll take some of the burden off of the other parts of the system, but I just want to underscore how important and how bad family homelessness has got. And in particular, these are families from Ypsilanti. Um, COVID dollars are running out. We've allocated a lot of those dollars towards things like eviction prevention and rapid rehousing. And we have, a pilot universal basic income program that we'll be rolling out to hopefully help the people who are currently unhoused. We set aside lump sum payments to hopefully, get them into housing. But the other problem is the amount of affordable units that we've lost in the last 10 years. And that's also part of this big picture problem that we're dealing with. I don't think it's crazy to suggest and advocate for additional 24/7 shelter space. I think some of the issues that we're experiencing when we're looking at our budget, and when we're talking to other partners that fund, human services in the county, the lack of coordination has become a huge issue. We really need to coordinate better with agencies that pull private funding. That needs to just happen. We cannot do this on our own. When we were going through the budget this year, I put up an amendment to increase what we spend out of our general fund every year to $1 million, but we didn't get there. We had a bunch of other competing items, nutrition being one of them. And I know someone acknowledged that there are a lot of different competing issues. Yeah, nutrition access, not just for older adults, but families. And, things like utility shut off. Those are also important. When I was a kid, I never thought of it as being homelessness, but my brother and I like couch surf with our mom. We didn't have electricity in our home. So in the wintertime, we couldn't stay there. And so even things like that are also part of the homelessness system that we have to consider when we're allocating resources and making the really tough decisions. So all of that to say, it's an issue that we're talking about both here and behind the scenes. There was a budget recommendation by the governor to invest in capital for family shelter expansion. The amount of money was laughable for the entire state of Michigan because we could spend that in the blink of an eye just in Washtenaw County for capital expenses. It was like $2 million for the statewide budget, which is not enough. And I know that because I'm here. And when I saw that number, I was like, that might work for just us for a little bit of an expansion with what we already have. But we also need more support for services. I'm going to continue to find areas in the budget where we can shift funding around to use it. And then I think, Commissioner Barr did, when he thanked the Shelter Association for being able to work with us to extend the programs that we do have in place. One of the things that I recently became aware of is that there are certain nights where the overnight shelter in Ypsilanti can't even operate because there isn't enough staff support. And so workforce issues and just capacity issues are relevant. And I'm trying to figure out ways how we can work all of that in as we're talking about this. But it is a piece of the puzzle that needs to be addressed. And I think that there are ways that we can get there, but it's just a reality. And so I'm grateful that the folks that both volunteer or do have paid positions within the organization to provide overnight shelter throughout the county in the winter months are stepping up and can do it. And I'm glad that we can help support that financially. Obviously, continuing to get into these crisis situations where we're extending for another month isn't ideal. I don't disagree with the people who are frustrated by that. I'm frustrated by it too. I think we're all frustrated by the circumstances. And so I do appreciate the continued advocacy. I know it's a complicated issue. We have a lot of issues that we're wrestling with, and there's only so much money to go around. So I will continue working with my colleagues here and trying to advocate at the state level for more support for counties like ours who do have systems in place but just need more capacity. And also continue to talk to folks in Ypsilanti about area, needs. And I think we do have to look long-term at how we address this and not get to every winter and be in crisis mode. And I see Dan in the audience. Dan, thank you so much for all the work that you do. And I'll end there.
All right, thank you. Anybody else for public or response to public comment? You're looking at me. Well, that's a round two. That's a round two too. Anybody that didn't participate yet want to get in there? Nope. All right, Commissioner Robbie, round two.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Just one of the things I forgot to respond to earlier that I wanted to mention is the whole issue about rent in our community. And I think somebody had talked about when rent goes up $100. I don't know what the statistic is, but we'll have to look that up. But I believe it. And, you know, I mean, rent is, expenses in general are going up substantially more than anybody's salaries. Like, you know, it's insane. And we just have such a crisis in our community right now. And I do think that this board should consider, I don't know that we've done it yet this year, but we should consider passing a resolution supporting the state legislation around rent control. I do think that is a very valuable tool that communities can and should have to cap the rent growth. And so I think this county board, you know, obviously we can't act on that without enabling legislation because the state took that away from local communities. But I do think that's something we should consider to help control the price of housing in our community. So I just wanted to make sure to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Light.
As I was speaking about some of the issues as it was pertaining to racism, I wanted to make the board aware that I have been visiting the friend of the court since about maybe October. We have several employees that have made complaints to me about bullying, racism, and disrespect from management. Our partners, you know, our employees, they are not only just employed by the county, but, you know, we share the partnership with the state. This has been an ongoing issue with management. I have been, as I said, going to quote unquote babysit so that our employees can work in a comfortable space. And I am at my wit's end with this situation. And because we have not had a great outcome of making sure that we resolve this issue, I just wanted to make sure that you all were aware publicly, because what's done in the dark should come to light. And I just want it to be known that our employees are dealing with these behaviors, with this nonsense. To me, there's a little bit of union busting going on around there. And so I just don't appreciate it, won't be tolerated. And I just wanted to put that on the table so that you are aware, since I was speaking of some of the other issues that have been brought to me and what was brought forth today.
Thank you. Anybody else for public response here? Seeing none. All right. Well, thank you all for coming to give public comment. We will look forward to seeing many of you again in 2 weeks for our next meeting. And I will make comments about the timeline related to public health or public safety and mental health millage at the appropriate time, which is a couple more items further on the agenda. I do want to, at a certain point, take a break because, you know, we all have to go to the bathroom at some point, but I'd like to get at least get us to the resolution before the break, unless anybody wants to really take a break right now. Nope, still going strong. All right, still going strong. Okay, well, we will move right into liaison reports. It's got a liaison report. Commissioner Machieski, what you got for me?
Thank you, Chair. This morning, the Board of Public Works met and they passed the resolutions to establish the lake improvement projects for this year for Whitmore Lake and Pleasant Lake in Freedom Township. And noted as well that WRMA, the Regional Recycling Authority, involving many of the communities in the county, has selected a vendor for, they've selected a vendor they're now negotiating with to do trash and recycling pickup in those communities. So a significant step forward for that authority as well. More to come, I think, in April. We should be receiving a communication from Theo Egamont related to the materials management plan and appointing members of that body and whether or not we want to work within Washtenaw County alone or partner with other counties around us. So Theo will be sending that information as well.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Liaison report. Commissioner LeVar.
Chair, just quickly, we had our quarterly COC meeting today. I mentioned it earlier. Appreciate the OCD staff, having Director Kayumi in that role, full-time has been very helpful. The family homelessness issue that we mentioned earlier, that remains a sticky one. But I would also just encourage commissioners, you know, if you have any interest on that, there is public comment at that meeting. And I think there are opportunities, if you want to get more engaged, with the COC. And that's it for my liaison reports. Thanks.
And their meetings tend to be on the same day as our board meeting day, right? From 3 to 5, I
They
believe.
tend to be 3 to 5.
Yep.
So, you know, if you're in a meeting Wednesday mode, they'll meet that need. Yeah.
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 It's a good, I like to make my Wednesdays county day. I do my teaching and then I come over here and hang out for like 12 hours. Commissioner Sanders.
I just wanted to share that Michigan Works Southeast had their dual meeting with the workforce and the consortium boards this past week. And we received some interesting, informative presentations from each one of their county offices that include Washtenaw, but also the other 4 counties that they cover as well. That's it.
No road commissioner today? I'm just messing with you. You don't gotta give us a road.
My fellow commissioner attended the board meeting for.
Okay. Road. All right.
Don't put me on the spot like that.
No, I mean, I always look forward to your road commission updates. Well, you could give us one if you wanted to. You don't have to. Nope. Okay. Maybe later. All right. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott, what you got?
Thank
Try to
you,
have a good time.
Chair. I attended the Parks Commission meeting along with Commissioner Robbie. We heard about really great programs that the Parks is doing, including a lantern lit trail night hike at Independence Lake, stargazing with your sweetheart out there. Ice fishing derby had to be canceled because we didn't have a winter until this week. We reviewed a lot of the volunteer hours that people have done, some of the summer recruiting that the Parks is doing for their summer programs and for Rolling Hills. There was also a hunt for the Yeti at Rolling Hills, and Commissioner Robbie volunteered to be the Yeti.
Oh, okay.
And next year, so we're looking forward to that. Yeah, he does have the figure for it and he can dance. We talked about Stabler Farm Park, and the Michigan Folk School has been very successful so far. We also discussed how we are rebuilding the trail at Parker Mill County Park to make it more accessible for people, because that's a popular park in a popular area, and the trail will be built and make it much easier for people to get up and down on that trail. It's a beautiful park. I encourage you to go if you haven't been there, and heard about some pretty exciting and lovely conservation easements that the county is helping to purchase to help preserve our natural areas in Washtenaw County. All in all, the Parks is always doing good work, and it's, as I said, a fun and gratifying committee to be on, as well as a very thoughtful council. I will just say the Parks Commission is incredibly thoughtful about thinking about where they are in the community and to help continue to working with equity. I also attended the local emergency planning committee, where we review emergencies that have happened in the county over the past however many months. It's also interesting to hear, and that committee just highlights to me the incredible work that our first responders do between the sheriff and fire and hazmat teams and tactical rescue teams. You don't even know the half of the things that they are called to do, and they do it with professionalism. And it's nice to hear the update of that at that committee.
Can you tell me more about this Yeti situation? So it's
There's
like
a hunt for the
There's like a
Yeti.
hide and seek thing. We'll have
There's
to.
a hunt for the Yeti at Rolling Hills Park, and there is an actual Yeti. We saw a picture of the Yeti, and Commissioner Robbie has definitely put himself out there to be. We actually saw video of the Yeti dancing at Rolling Hills at the back of the wave pool. So Commissioner Robbie was inspired, and I think it will happen next year.
Okay, I'm down for the hunt. Okay, all right, anybody else? Anybody else for liaison report? No, all right, so now we're getting to something that we don't always have. So we've got a special order of business here, so it's a resolution setting a public hearing on the renewal and restoration of the mental health and public safety millage for April 17th, 2024. So I sent commissioners an email about what I was thinking our timeline would be going forward on this. I'm just going to explain it to everyone. Today is March 20th. My hope is that we will, and largely in response to much of the public comment we received at the last meeting and just the general overall interest in that particular millage, that we set a public hearing so we can hear additional comments from people, and that we would set it for April 17th. Why April 17th? Well, April 3rd, we're going to have a working session focused on that millage. So it would be a great opportunity for anybody that's interested in learning more about the millage and the impact it's had and what it looks like to come to that meeting. Or view that meeting from the comfort of your home, learn about it at working session. And then on the 17th, come with very informed public comment about the mental health and public safety millage. That would be the 17th. Following that, we would move to have it on the agenda for first reading on May 1st. This is moved it out pretty significantly compared to what could have happened before. And I think it gives additional opportunity for more public engagement here in the boardroom. I believe, and somebody can correct me if this is wrong, but that the sheriff's office and perhaps community mental health are going to be doing town halls, or others will be doing town halls about it. But this is one way for the board to do some direct engagement with people that adds to the addition of just having public comment on it. And it gives us more time to do it. That timeline still works with moving us through the millage conversations before we move into the summer schedule, which that's when we have one board meeting a month, unless we change it. If there's a need, we could always change it to have more. But that happens during the summer. And this still gives ample opportunity for advocates for and against the millage to engage in that prior to it being on the ballot. That's the thinking on the timeline. Just to go over it again one more time, that's the March 20th is today. We have this resolution to set the public hearing, which would be on April 17th. And then on the 3rd, we have the working session focused on that. And then May 1st, it would appear for first reading. I'll call in you in just a second, maybe like as discussion. That was the preface to it. I need somebody to move the resolution. Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, now there's definitely discussion. Commissioner Robbie, what's your discussion?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I told you I'd tell you something nice at this meeting.
You did.
As I've said at previous meetings, obviously the public participation component of this is very important to me, and I've been advocating for a public hearing, as have members of the public. I want to thank you for stepping up and really listening to people and creating a process by which there is an opportunity for public engagement on this. And I hope that this is one of many steps, as you've outlined, and giving that space for the working session and a public hearing. And then, going down the road into May. I can't necessarily, and I didn't say this to you directly, but I can't necessarily guarantee I'm going to be 100% comfortable in May for a final vote. But in the interim, I appreciate that you've created those opportunities in April for a full discussion at this table. And while I appreciate that the sheriff and mental health are doing, their town halls, at the end of the day, like, we're the ones putting it on the ballot. And so the most important conversation happens here when, the citizens come forward and express, their concerns. So wanted to thank you for hearing and reacting and, putting together this more thorough public engagement process. It's really good to see that you've done that. So I appreciate you for doing that.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to call you first more often. We're gonna say kind things like that to me. Commissioner LeBar, go ahead. And then Commissioner Beeman.
Yeah, Chair, thank you as well for the schedule. I appreciate. I just want to flag for folks that when we first did the millage in 2017, we didn't pass the accompanying ordinance until September, and the vote to put it on the ballot was in July. And so it's my hope that we will go the renewal and reauthorization route for a number of reasons. But I certainly have heard the desire for clarification and so forth in accompanying policy. Those can be done on a parallel track, but they can also be spaced out differently. So again, Chair, I appreciate you sort of facilitating that environment. I know Cindy is here from We Rock. There are a coalition of groups out in the community that I think are also looking to have public engagement with the public at large and with commissioners on our own and individually. So I think this is a good pace, and would just assure folks, there's also the comfort that you have additional time on an ordinance or new policy once we answer that ballot question. But as you've said, that's a question with a firm deadline at the end of the summer. So thank you, Justin. I really appreciate this.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you uplifting the piece around the ordinance and how we can follow that on a parallel track. I mean, there were the two questions there around the timing of putting it on the ballot and then being able to make those kinds of policy decisions, which we are able to do. And I know that there's a lot of, there's some people that would like it for it to not be a renewal. I think many people here would like for it to be a renewal. And if you don't, we'll vote no on the renewal piece and then have to do something different. But I think there's a sense that we want to move forward with the renewal, but be able to change the ordinance. And we can do that as we move along here. Now, flesh out the timeline more. I have Beeman first, but I got you after. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Also, want to thank you for this process and timeline and taking into consideration the ability to hear many voices and see many different sides. With that, my question is integrating the opportunity within our meeting is very difficult for residents of my district, and tuning in online isn't an option because we're still rolling out broadband. It's not in yet. They're laying fiber. It's going along. I'm very excited about how it's going, but it's not done. So my concern is you are not going to hear from residents out in my district who receive these services. I can state clearly for the record that Washtenaw County is my policing. That's it. I don't have a city police. It is Washtenaw County, as are many townships, and those townships aren't represented here tonight. So that is a concern that I have when we host it here, when we're looking at our rural communities that do benefit from this millage, from both sides of this millage, that their voices aren't going to be heard because, again, they don't have the access to the technology and they don't have the access to the transportation to be here.
So I'll respond to that. Commissioner Scott approached me about that days ago, and we had a conversation about potentially either doing some sort of town hall, and if a quorum of us attended, we would post as a public meeting, perhaps doing that and having it be a public hearing in different locations across the county, or figuring out a better sense of the timeline that the existing town halls that are going to be put on by the sheriff's office and community mental health. Assuming that happens, I'm pretty sure that's happening, and somebody needs to tell me if that's not right. But then us participating in that. Okay, you're thinking it's not. Somebody will tell me. And then, yep, and then figuring out how we can work. So it's something that I'm thinking about it, and we're going to find a way to make sure that everybody can participate in a way that's that accommodates the challenges in different parts of the county.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that Commissioner Beeman said something, because I just wanted to kind of raise that, like, at this meeting, I feel like I know my district is 2 blocks that way. So it's easy for people in my district to be here, and we hear, I think, from a lot of people in Ann Arbor and a lot of people from Ypsi and Ypsi Township at this location. And then I don't typically hear a lot of feedback from people from like the southern parts of this, maybe even the northern parts, but the southern, that kind of Milan, Manchester, and then kind of going west out there too. So I was eager to think about how we could engage those people. I know when I ran the first time, I talked about taking some of our shows on the road show, so to speak, our meetings. And we got away from that in COVID. I would love to revisit the idea of doing something like that, to try to take our meetings to various places in the county. The parks, for example, does that. We go to different places with the Parks Commission. I know it is not feasible to do it all the time, and it's a heavy lift for staff figuring that out. But every once in a while, I think to have a meeting in Dexter, or to have a meeting in Superior Township or Northfield Township, or down closer to even Milan, I think that that would be a great thing to get engagement from all over the county, and it's something I think we should revisit again. And in particular, with this issue, I really want to hear from people outside Ann Arbor and Ipsy on this issue, because those voices have been largely unheard in this discussion. Thanks.
You're welcome. I totally understand that too. I have some friends from Augusta Township, our friends to the southeast corner of our county here, that have some of the similar challenges with broadband access, and it's further out. So it is something that I'm thinking about. Hey to our friends from Augusta Township. Commissioner Somerville, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment that I support having some sort of meeting, public meeting in the west side of the county. I would be happy to, if it needs to be a town, I mean, I don't know.
Whatever it is you like.
Working session, whatever, I'm cool with it. I think it's important. And I think the fact that if we turn it into a public meeting, then we have put it in the public record and people will be able to view the comments and feedback online. So I think it's super important.
All right, before I go back to Commissioner Robbie, anybody that hasn't spoken yet want to speak? Commissioner Light, go ahead.
I just want to say District 2 is, we would welcome that public meeting anywhere in District 2. We got a lot of places we can go. It's nice and rural. You love it.
All right. Anybody else hasn't spoken yet before I go back to Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to hear the discussion around the traveling roadshow idea. I think that's a really good one. Fully support it. It may take more time to have that discussion, especially if we go to, all areas of the community, to have a commission listening session of some kind. It's something that I mentioned several meetings ago when we were first talking about this. So I'm glad to hear that it's, Commissioner Beeman bringing that up. And so I fully support it. And, obviously you guys, we meet in my district all the time, so we don't need to do another one in my district because that's where we have these meetings. And we're going to have the public hearing in my district. So we can have the other meetings in other districts. I fully support that. And I'm glad to hear that we are hopefully going to engage in that process. And again, I think, as I was saying earlier, I think the appropriate way to do that traveling roadshow is for the board to have those meetings, and as the people that put this on the ballot, we need to hear from the public in those different settings. So fully support that.
All right, well, I'm listening. Anybody else? All right, well, Bryce, I think this is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
And Commissioner Beeman.
Yes.
All right, there we go. Public hearing set. Please join us April 17th right here. All right, we're gonna move on to appointments now. Somebody like to move the appointments? Commissioner, yep, they're great. All right, we need to pull any of them separate consideration? I don't think so. You feel good about it. You want to do that? Oh, okay, well, let me get there. Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah, just, I guess, I don't, this is not a fully formulated thought.
Okay.
But I am going to vote for these, but the CMH board in particular, being a statutorily separate division, this is really the opportunity that the county board has to influence the direction of the CMH board. As such, and because there aren't really many other points of contact that we have, I think in the future, we should have maybe a more robust process on how this is not casting shade on you, certainly. I mean, this is how we usually do appointments, is what you're doing. I'm just suggesting that for something like this, where it's, we get a lot of feedback on how CMH board, and the CMH department operate. And there's not a whole lot that we can do about that, generally speaking, other than the appointment of the CMH board. And so I think it would be worthwhile to have a more robust public process and, interviewing candidates, understanding who the different candidates are, what their qualifications are, so that we can inform the public. The public can have a say in that process. I know that technically they can, but it's sort of like, here's a bunch of names. I just think with a board like that, there needs to be more engagement on our part. So I'm gonna vote for these today, but I just feel like in the future, we should have more of an engagement process on these.
Yeah, I hear you. You know, I really feel like the two of us are getting to know each other well because I thought you would say all of those things almost verbatim when we got to this point of the meeting. So, well heard. I did something similar to that with the road commission appointment since it's similar in some ways, and I hear it for the next one.
I think that's a beautiful idea, and the connection to the road commission is a really good one, because I thought about that too. So yeah, similar process to road commission, I think would be good for this. So thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Commissioner LaBarre.
I appreciate the sentiment. I would remind anybody too that 1/3 of this body is on the CMH board. And I want to be respectful of process requests. I also want to be respectful of the fact that just like public health, the CMH board is set up by a statute with that separation because it needs specialization of services. And that doesn't abdicate our responsibility. It changes how it's expressed. And when I hear those comments publicly, I don't think it's being questioned, but it can lead somebody to question, are the 3 members on that board doing their job? I can only speak for myself, but I certainly think Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Somerville are. I surely hope to. But I flagged that just because I think part of what happens with CMH is because there is that separation, it gets magnified in a way that it doesn't need to be. And the statutory requirements for those board memberships exist to reach populations and subpopulations of mental health users and that environment in specific ways. And I don't expect anybody to have a nuanced understanding of that just cause. Happy to do a better job as a colleague here in communicating some of those subtleties. All I would say though is there is participation, deep participation. And I can certainly do that better, particularly in terms of communicating with everybody at this table, but it's not for lack of effort. And so I highlight that not to open up a new discussion. I highlight it to hear specifically, I think, some of the current concerns that have been spoken to, but to offer that as a counterpoint and hopefully a path forward for more collaboration. So I hope my response is taken in a friendly sentiment as well.
It was well said.
Thank you, Chair.
Well said. And hold on, anybody else before going back to Commissioner Robbie? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. I don't mind, I think any of the boards that we look at, it behooves us to look at who we're appointing to those boards. They are doing important work for us and we're setting them up to advise us on different things. There is a difference with public health and CMH and roads a little bit because of the work that they're doing. I just want to remind this body that however many, I can't remember how many years ago, but a resolution I brought to this board table was that we changed the makeup of that board also in order to have more public participation, because it used to be a lot of people from different entities, from different healthcare institutions were on that board, and I wanted to make it so there was more of the public on that board, which I think is a great thing that we did to try to create more oversight. With people in the community who are invested in CMH. And so that was a great thing. I think that we're continuing to see the fruits of that change happen at CMH, and I'm glad we did it, and I'm eager to support these appointments tonight.
All right, we're gonna go to Commissioner Somerville because she hasn't spoken yet.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to, I hope this might make you feel better, Commissioner Robbie. I appreciate that CMH is in person, required to be. I know that has been a concern for you in the past. And so there have been many times where I've had like a double book situation and I've like given a heads up like, hey, I won't be counted towards quorum today. And then had to like do 2 meetings at once, like on my way to make quorum. So I hope that helps you. Kind of feel more comfortable with the public access and oversight for the board. And then I just want to say one of the people that we're one of the incumbents that we're hopefully going to approve tonight. I got to meet Anna last week at work, and it was my first time meeting her in person because she cannot access the meetings in person. And it was really great to see her advocating on behalf of other users of our system in Lansing. And it was my first time getting to meet her, so it was really cool. Yeah, I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. You want to respond, Commissioner Robbie? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly didn't want my comments to reflect poorly on my three colleagues that are serving on the Mental Health Board. I know, Commissioner Scott, you're looking at me. This ain't about you. It really isn't. I mean, I think you guys are doing a good job. In fact, I would, but I think my intent here is, you know, we are elected at the end of the day by the public, and the rest of the board is not. The three of you are, but you're a minority on that board. And at the end of the day, that gives me some pause. And I think that one way to help make me feel more comfortable would be to do the process that we talked about, similar to the road commission in terms of appointments. The other way is maybe to add another commissioner. I think we can have up to 4 on the CMH board. I do not want to be appointed, just to be clear, but you know, adding another commissioner could help. To me, it's not the people. I trust all 3 of you. I think you're doing a good job, and you do a good job of overseeing. I don't have any issue with the people that we're appointing. I think where I'm coming from is, since I started as a county commissioner, I've heard from consumers, staff, members of the community that have come to me with basically like feeling helpless about the lack of access to CMH services. And I think what I've heard time and time again is like, I don't feel like I have a voice. And that's the problem that I'm trying to solve. And I think that because the CMH board does not have to, when a member of the public comes before us, we have to listen because they vote for us, whether they're a constituent or not. And I want to make sure that the CMH board has that same level of public attentiveness and accountability structurally. Again, not saying that the individuals on there don't, but I want to build the structure that allows for us to maximize that in the system, to avoid people coming to me and saying, I don't have a voice. So that's where I'm coming from on this. And because most other areas of the organization, we have, you know, sort of more direct say. And even if we don't have a day-to-day direct say with like parks, for example, there's nothing statutorily that's preventing us from having a stronger interaction with parks. But we have that statutory division with CMH. And it's actually, I believe, much weaker with public health too, in terms of the statutory division. But with CMH, it's there and it's very strong. And so because the law exists, I want to make sure that when we have those touch points, which are built in legislatively, such as the appointment of the CMH commissioners, the annual budget review, and the needs assessment review, which I brought up to Andrew, that I don't actually ever remember seeing a needs assessment review coming to us on an annual basis, even though it is required statutorily. So I hope to see that moving forward in conjunction with the annual budget that's presented to us, because I do think that there are checks and balances built into state law on purpose to make sure that unelected officials are still accountable to the people. And so you 3 are elected, you are accountable to the people. In my ideal world, it would be a majority commissioners, frankly, on the CMH board, so that the public has the most direct say in how the CMH dollars are being spent. So I'm not trying to say it's that you guys aren't doing your work, but there's only 3 of you. You're in a minority on this body. And that to me is a systematic thing that I want to try to solve for, and use every point that we have that the statute builds in for us to make sure that the CMH board is responding to the needs of the community and the staff.
I hear you. I hear you on the process. I think Commissioner LaBarre wants to respond.
Let me respond and say that hearing some of those concerns, structurally, the needs assessment is a part of the annual budget process. It's contained in there, and staff can walk us through it. To respond to the concerns voiced, here is one assurance that I think the 9 of us can take on the annual approval process for the CMH budget. I will not say to any of you that that is the perfect way for us to interact with any specialized subdivision of county government, but I don't think it's insufficient or insignificant. I would say there is an ombudsman within CMH, both for staff and service users. And that is an option that exists to any and all of those individuals. CMH does have public comment at all of our meetings. I would encourage folks to watch that, to attend it. They can attend virtually if that's an issue. I don't know if these will, I don't know if these will provide enough substance to what I'm hearing in terms of building comfort. But I would say they do exist, they are used, and the other assurance that you can have is CMH has to comply with federal and state regulation to a degree that I think is probably unmatched in anything else the county does. I don't want to fight my public health friends or others that that I don't know of. So there are mechanisms, but I'll be the first to admit you've got to know where some of those mechanisms exist, and you've got to know how to pull those levers when you can. If I can ever, in my capacity as a CMH board member, for any of you in any way, be helpful in that, I would offer that explicitly and on the record here. It's in my interest as somebody who genuinely believes in the work that CMH does to build as much trust on this board with all 9 of us for what they do, because ultimately CMH is a touch point on a human level that in its worst case and its best exercise is a life-saving endeavor. And so tell me how I can help build that trust, because we have a precious resource there that is not there by accident, and that I want 8 other advocates around this table, beyond just Katie, Annie, and me, who feel fully engaged in that advocacy because they have the best understanding possible, and they feel like they have the wherewithal to operate there. So let me know any way, Yusuf, that I can be helpful in that. And I hope as a professional colleague now of coming up on 15 years, that I am not trying to be what the kids would term a jerk. I hear what you are saying, and I think that's doable. And Chair, thank you for the robust engagement on this. I know you weren't expecting such rowdiness at this time.
Oh, I was. I wouldn't, anytime CMH is on there, our friend Yusuf is going to have a couple of comments about it. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And I would say, Commissioner LaBarre, you can count me as a strong supporter of CMH. I have mentioned this a few times, but I started my career as a social worker working for a community mental health system. I've got tremendous trust and faith in Trish. Point at you, Trish. I think you left, but I'm pointing at the camera. I think we've got a good team at CMH. So, and Commissioner Robbie has said he's going to vote for it anyway. This is just healthy discussion. This is healthy discussion. It's what robust discussion. It's what we hope for. You want to talk again? Just a little bit? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Just on the needs assessment piece, I did have a chance to review the budget that we refresh myself with what we passed back in September on the 20th. And I don't see anything in here about a needs assessment, but if staff could point it out to me, I'd be very appreciative. I also did a word search for needs assessment. Nothing came up. So if you can find it and send it to me, that would be most helpful.
Anybody else? This is much more discussion than typical on appointments, but that's okay. Yeah, all right. Bryce, I believe it's a roll call vote.
Commissioner LaBarre.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Beeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes. All right, appointments passed. Fantastic. Okay, so now we're gonna move into the consent agenda, and it's also gonna be an unusual amount of discussion on the consent agenda. So I'll start off by, yeah, go ahead and move the consent agenda. Tell me 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna pull approval of the minutes so we could vote on that separately because I know Commissioner Somerville has something related to that. And I think that'll be sufficient. So let's go ahead and do that. Commissioner Somerville, I'm going to call on you because you have a minute correction.
Yes, thank you so much. Hopefully there'll be support for it. I had a constituent reach out, to ask if I could make, an amendment on the correct spelling of their name in the minutes. And so I would like to do that this time. On page 22, the very last comment, I believe, right before Dirk Mayhew. I know that.
Give
the
Bryce a
spell-
second here.
Okay, you got it? Cool. It should be Emy. And then I'm not gonna try to pronounce this, but Deshotel. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion on the name correction? No. Well, thank you to this very engaged constituent for reading the minutes.
Yes,
Thank you
I was very
for reading the
impressed.
minutes and being very involved in county government. Since it's consent agenda, it's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're voting on the amendment, I believe. Yeah, we are. And there's no opposed. Yep. All right.
Thank you.
All right, now we've got the rest of it, and we are joined by our fantastic treasurer. I believe you wanted to give, what? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, I'm getting over you. Sorry, hold on, Madam Treasurer, we're almost there. Because we pulled that one. Okay, so any further discussion on the meeting minutes? No. Okay, all in favor of approval of meeting minutes? Aye. Any opposed? Minutes approved. Great. That was a softer gavel. There's no interesting communication. Well, all the communications are interesting, but there are none that we're going to have to respond to. Okay. They are. We're watching Ottawa County. I think they've got enough going on there. All right. Now, Madam Treasurer, please. We're looking forward to your report. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening.
Good evening.
It's good to be here, and good evening to all honorable commissioners, Chair Hodge, administration, and the public that's listening in and watching in. I'm here tonight to ask you to approve the borrowing resolution for the issuance of delinquent tax notes. It's a very standard resolution. We've done it for years and years now. I wanted to introduce bond counsel is here with me in case you have technical questions. Eric McLaughlin. And we had indicated to you that we would not borrow more than 25 million. The law does not allow us to borrow more than the delinquencies. The delinquencies were 18 million and a little bit over that. We'll probably end up borrowing about 15 million based on collections that we have between now and our pledge date. We're looking at about a 6% interest rate. The feds did not raise interest rates today, so if we can get this out before they do, that would be helpful. And I want to thank you for doing this on a single reading tonight. Property, the number of delinquent properties are down, but the value of delinquent taxes that have been turned over delinquent are up. In part because property values have gone up and the tax rate has gone up. It was 5% last year. It'll be 5% again this year. And the increase in the number of millages and so forth. So it's just sort of a data point for all of you in terms of what's happening. But any questions you have on the borrowing resolution, I'd be glad to answer them.
Prince, any questions on the borrowing resolution or for bond counsel? Hey. Okay. None? Okay. Anything? Any other questions? While we have you? Nope. All right. Hey, yeah, what you got?
So I've got a cash report for you. I do that each year to let you know about cash as of December 31st. I manage a portfolio of $358 million for the county and for the public. We had a 4.4% return over the course of the year, which is a little bit less than, but in line with the one-year treasury, which is about the maturity of the portfolio. I also manage $10.5 million in the Parks Fund for perpetual maintenance. The revenue that my office created and collected solely from investment earnings and delinquent tax fees and interest was 14 million this year. The cash that we handle coming into the county for depositing, receipting, recording in the general ledger, and cash that goes out is $1 billion. I have made 3 major changes in how I'm handling bank account structure. As you know, there were some bank failures earlier this year, and we really took a hard look at what we could do to strengthen the safety of our funds and the efficacy. So we have moved all of our investments to a single custodian model. And that means that we don't have money in each of the brokerage firms. It's all under a consolidated custodian. We've also opened a sweep account for our major depository disbursement account so that it is swept into an insured fund each night. So we don't leave money out overnight. And then the third thing we did is entered into an agreement to manage a portion of the investment portfolio by a professional manager. Excuse me. And that gives us a longer horizon for a portion of the funds and less expenses. So those are the 3 changes that we made in banking. And that's really the cash report, unless there are any questions.
All right, any questions, friends? Nope. All right, well, thank you so much for being here. You'll get something else?
So I also wanted to give you a heads up. I've got 2 resolutions I'm going to be bringing to the board later in the year, early in the summer. And I just wanted to let you know about them. The first one, I'm working with HR and the new professional development person. We are creating a payment handling class, and we'll be asking you to mandate that anyone who touches cash in the county has to take the payment handling classes. And that will help us prevent fraud. It'll ensure more safety of the money. Administration is aware of this, and they put it in our budget to pay for the classes. Thank you very much. The second resolution that I'll bring to you is to upgrade the county's investment policy. This policy is about as old as my tenure here, which is a long time. So it really is a good opportunity to take a look at the portfolio. We are not going to be recommending any substantial changes to it. Right now, your investment policy allows me to invest anything that is within state law, except mutual funds that have a floating net asset value. That is specifically prohibited in our policy, although allowed by law. And I would anticipate that the new policy does exactly the same thing, allows us to invest anything that is legal, but not floating NAV mutual funds. And by upgrading our policy, we'll also be able to have it certified by the Association of Public Treasurers of the United States and Canada. And so that will be a bonus for the county. And then the last thing, I just wanted to bring you up to date on some of the foreclosure prevention activities that we conduct. And thank you once again for the Bridge Loans Fund. It has been immensely and substantially important to a number of your constituents. Now, I'll tell you, Michigan had a My Half program up until the end of the year. And that program was funded with ARPA funds. And in every instance that we could get that money, if somebody was eligible for it, we used that before bridge loans. We processed almost 300 applications during the course of the ARPA funding for My Half, and we brought in just over $3 million for residents to pay taxes, utilities, mortgage payments, condo fees in this county. So with the bridge loans, we now have 18 loans outstanding for a total of $153,000. And none of the people who have a bridge loan have delinquent taxes. That is one of our goals and one of our educational processes when we process a bridge loan. Also, the chief judge in 2022, the chief judge was Carol Conkey. She, in conjunction with working with my office, established a tax foreclosure prevention docket so that we are able to work with getting guardian ad litems and helping some of the people rather than foreclosure. And Genesee County told me the other day that they were investigating modeling of foreclosure prevention court after ours. Home for Generations is the program that transfers title into people that own homes informally. And we have worked with 44 families. We have more than 30 attorneys who are engaged in this program on a pro bono basis. Genesee County has started a Home for Generations program. They just opened their first 4 cases, and our contingent of attorneys are assisting them pro bono while they get their program up and running. Calhoun County has started a program and just opened up their first case. Wayne County, Oakland County, and Kent County have all met with the court and myself for technical assistance to start programs. So it's been very, very successful. We have brought in over $3.3 million. We've transferred in property wealth to families in this county. And that concludes my report.
Well,
Thank you.
congratulations on serving as a model for so many other counties, and it's really fantastic work. And if I remember correctly, didn't you and your team receive an award for the foreclosure prevention work?
We have. We've gotten awards from NACO, from SEMCOG, from the Government Finance Officers Association. So it's been exciting, and it's been very rewarding and worthwhile to work with the families that we've been serving. That has been tremendous. It's been heartwarming.
Really fantastic. Thank you for everything you're doing. I see you, Commissioner Scott. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to actually congratulate the treasurer for getting awards from NACO for the bridge loans program in 2023 and the Home for Generations program in 2021. Is that right? I think
Something
so.
like that.
Both are recognized as forward-thinking programs, some of the first places in the country to be doing this. I want to applaud your consistent progressive values in the treasurer's office that mirror some of the values we have on this board as well. And what you're doing behind the scenes at the treasurer's office, I think probably goes unseen by a lot of people and unheralded, but I think that you are consistently stalwart in doing that work, and you're always looking for a new way to help people, as you did when you were here and as you're doing as a treasurer also. In this summer, MLive ran an article about the bridge loans and noted that in 2023, Washtenaw County foreclosed on only 6 properties with unpaid taxes, despite the 6,000 properties that were sent to the treasurer's office for collection of back taxes.
Yeah.
That's pretty phenomenal, you guys. Like,
Yeah,
thank you.
all right.
That's a lot of families and a lot of people who were helped by your office. So thank you for that work. And I continue to look forward to new ideas that you will bring to us. And I'm glad we could work on helping support that bridge loans program. And hopefully we will continue to support it and recognize it for the amazing service it provides to our community. Thanks.
I don't leave yet. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
Actually, Commissioner Scott basically said what I wanted to say too. So thank you, Commissioner Scott. You're doing a wonderful job. Keep up the good work. That's all I wanted to say. And you know,
Yeah, just remember, I'm your constituent.
I was gonna say that, but then I was like, should I say it? Should I not? But yes, my constituent, my friend,
And
who
your
I've known for
neighbors.
many years, and you're doing a wonderful job. And so keep up the good work and let us know what we can do to support what you're doing. You're helping to change lives.
And my daughter told me you came to her school to talk about Career Day. And why weren't you there, Mom?
Well, appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Well, thank you so much for the fantastic report. Yeah, all right, well, I'd like to approve the rest of it now. So all in favor of approval of the rest of the consent agenda? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Consent agenda passed. All right, if nobody objects, I'd like to take like a 13-minute break, come back at 9:50. No one's objecting. 13.5, come back at 9:50. All right. Oh, all right. Well, let's find out. I have faith in us that we can do this. All of us, all 9. All right, calling us back to order 9:52, only 2 minutes after. We're gonna do something a little out of order here. We're gonna go to report from the county administrator, which is the County Office of Veterans Affairs update, which we've had to delay. And I don't want to delay again potentially or have you here all night because I don't know what's going to happen when we get to the resolution. So let's do it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm joined this evening by our phenomenal Veteran Services Director, David Sames. He's going to give you an update on Veteran Services. I'm pleased to report that we are doing very well in our community to support our veterans. So I'm pretty excited about it, and you will hear more in a moment. Take it away, David.
All right, thanks a lot, Greg. Thank you, board, for inviting me over here. Again, I'm David Sames, Director of the Veteran Affairs. Okay, there it is. This is kind of just a snapshot of what we do over at the Veteran Affairs. It's not everything we do, but I just thought I'd give you an idea of some of the main things that we do. The first one is disability comp and non-service connected pension. Now, VA disability compensation pay offers a monthly tax-free payment to veterans who got sick or injured while serving in the military and to veterans whose service made an existing condition worse. And how that goes is, okay, so if you were in the service and something happened, you know, you broke your knee and then you have an issue when you get out, then the VA will compensate you at a certain level because your level of income potential has been reduced, okay? And it could be where you got hurt, or there's another one where it's called presumptive conditions. So the biggest one is where Agent Orange was sprayed in Vietnam, or you got the Camp Lejeune, and then the new PACT Act, which I'll go over later. So if you were in any of those areas and then you come down with one of these conditions, then it's automatically service connected, and then the VA will pay you a compensation for that. The other one comes into play, it's called a non-service connected pension, and that is for a wartime era veteran. And the biggest part where that comes in, if you need help with assisted living or a nursing home, it's based on income and assets. So they look at assets, maybe 155,000, but let's say you go into assisted living and that is $5,000 a month, right? And you're making $5,000 with all your investments. So that income is reduced down to zero, and then the VA will pay the veteran $1,800 a month for them to pay to pay for the assisted living. It also comes in play if a veteran doesn't have, you know, maybe not has a service-connected condition, but he or she can't work because of disability. Well, if they're under 65 and they have disabilities that prevent them from working, they can get a payment for around $1,300 a month. So it's not a lot, but it's enough to make sure that they can pay their rent and DTE and live, right? The next one is, this is survivor's benefits. It's called dependency indemnity compensation. Now this is a financial benefit administered by the VA. The benefit is available to surviving spouses, children, or parents of a service member who died in the line of duty, or the survivor of a veteran who died of service-related illness. This comes into play a lot where you'll have a veteran that maybe they passed away 20 years ago of a heart condition and they were in Vietnam, right? And they didn't put that on the presumptive list until maybe 2010, right? And then they come into the office like, well, you know, my friend told me I should come in and see what's going on. right? And so we get the death certificate and it says ischemic heart disease. And then they haven't been remarried. So we can still file that claim in order to get her some money. It's called dependency and compensation. And we had two just recently that it's called the PACT Act. It expanded some areas for Agent Orange exposure. So it's not just in Vietnam, they did in Thailand, Guam, American Samoa. And we filed two of those. One went back 9 years, the other one back 12 years. One surviving spouse got 160,000, the other one got 216,000. And that's all money that's coming right back to Washtenaw County. The next one is VRNE, that's Veterans Readiness and Employment. This is when you have that service member that comes back and is service connected at 20% or more, and they can't work in that line of area. So let's say they're a truck driver and they have a knee condition, but they need to be rehabbed in order to go maybe be an IT personnel. So the VA will pay all the college expenses, books, computers, to retrain that person in order to have a different line of work. So that's very helpful when, their disabilities are preventing them for doing their job that they were trained to do, and then they can go back and get their school paid. Now, within those compensation, pension, DIC, and education, $82 million was brought back to Washtenaw County from the VA, and that's for 2022. Now, 2023 is not out yet. It usually comes out in April or May, but it's a lot of money that comes into Washtenaw County from the Department of Veteran Affairs. This is our Veterans Relief Fund. It's to provide assistance from the relief fund authorized by MCLA 3521 to those indigent veterans, spouses, children, and parents who are residents of Washtenaw County and otherwise qualify for such relief. Now, in 2023, we spent over $300,000 from the relief fund, and over 75% of those dollars went to prevent homelessness, and that was for rent and mortgages. Now, we also paid for food, DTE, bus passes, bus tokens, gas cards, and then like emergency repairs on water heaters and furnaces. We do have other avenues if they need help with housing repairs within the community. Last year, we, on top of our relief fund, we, through our board approval, we provided over $500,000 worth of food vouchers to veterans and their dependents in Washtenaw County. So that was a very popular benefit. Burial benefits, Public Act 235 of 1911 was an act to provide payment and reimbursement by counties for expenses incurred the burial of the bodies of the honorable discharged members of the armed forces. The reimbursement was $300 from 1911 to 2023. With the help of everyone here, of the Board of Commissioners and our office, we increased that reimbursement to $1,000, and then the asset limitation from 40,000 to 90,000. So it's already seen a jump. We paid over $45,000 in 2023 to help pay for those burial costs. Transportation from 1955 to 2021, Washtenaw County Veterans Affairs did not provide any transportation to the VA hospital because of the close proximity to the hospital. In 2021, we partnered with Phoenix Mobility Rising to help pay for rides for veterans to get to their medical appointments. This was huge because we have one of the conditions for Vietnam is diabetes, and then the secondary condition is like dialysis. and where we're providing rides, so they need 3 rides a week in order to go to dialysis. And now we're keeping that partnership, and we paid over $36,000 in rides for our veterans to get to their appointments. In order to file claims to the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, we have to go through accreditation training that takes about a year. My office has been understaffed for about 2 years, as a lot of other departments have, and been dealing with the post-COVID, but should be able to add the last person by April. So we have 5, and we'll have 1 more probably by April. And there's been more demands for our services because of a lot of new legislation that has came about through Congress. So in 2017, I know a lot of people have gotten those emails about Camp Lejeune and exposure to contaminated water. So that added like 6 or 7 different cancers and Parkinson's. So if you're in Camp Lejeune and you have one of these conditions, then there's compensation for you. Also in 2019, they expanded it's called the Blue Water Navy Vietnam Veterans Act. That if you were on a board ship and next to Vietnam, you couldn't get the same presumptive conditions that people were on land, even though the boat was sucking up all the water from the contaminants from Vietnam. They expanded that, and they gave all those presumptive conditions to the Blue Water Navy people. And so that was very big. We had a big influx of people come in, and the new PACT Act of 2022 was even bigger, because that added 24 conditions for burn pits in 16 different countries for our newer vets, right? It also added more conditions for Agent Orange, and then added 6 more countries where they sprayed it, where before they were denying them. With this new demand, our office is looking to hold more outreach events and add more capacity in order to reach more parts of the county. I know before COVID, we would go out to Manchester, Chelsea, we go to the senior centers and then give presentations. And it was really good because like Commissioner Shannon was saying, with that sometimes they can't get to my office, even though we're really nicely located right by 23 in Washtenaw and by 94, but sometimes they just can't get out there. So we're looking to do more outreach events to the different communities around us. And the last is I just want to leave on a note about how we impact our veterans' lives. I had a Marine veteran from Manchester that was waiting for a claim due to that he couldn't work because of the service-connected conditions. That claim was taking longer and longer. It eventually took 2 years. And during that time, he had a house and he had a family. We helped him with his mortgage more than once to keep him afloat. And when he called me, because he was, a lot of my veterans are proud and they're not going to want to call all the time and ask for assistance. And he called because he was 3 months late again on his mortgage. So I looked up his claim, and the VA, they approved it that day. And he got a retro check of $55,000 where he could pay off his mortgage that he owed, and also could, help his family out. So that's the kind of stuff that my office does, where we see people come in and maybe they're coming in for veterans relief. They need some help with food, or they need some help with just anything. And then what we'll do is we'll look at them, okay, well, did you ever get hurt in service? Or were you in a place that maybe you were exposed to contaminants? Or if a surviving spouse comes in and says, I just need some help with rent or mortgage, we'll look at that and say, okay, can I have the death certificate? So if the death certificate says, oh yeah, he served in Vietnam and then he died with one of these presumptive conditions, she comes in looking for some help with her mortgage, but then she comes out with a DIC payment. And so then changing people's lives. So that's a bit of what we do at my office. And if you have any questions for me, I'm open.
Well, thank you so much. I was really excited about the presentation. I appreciate your patience and, being here multiple times and waiting. Thank you to Commissioner Beaman for coming up and saying, can we do it? I don't want him to have to wait again. I'm like, yeah, we could do it.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that, but I'd wait all day long.
I know you would, but I don't want people to have to do that when we can avoid it. Any questions for us? Commissioner Beaman and then Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, thank you for coming out multiple times and for the wonderful presentation on all of these resources. Just a couple of quick questions. One, just for the general audience, as our chair says, that's tuning in at home, what's the easiest way for our residents to access these resources?
You can go on our website and then we have a portal where you can ask for an appointment, or they can call 734-973-4540, talk to the front desk, and they'll schedule an appointment for the veteran or the dependent, or any questions that they have. We can schedule a time to meet.
Perfect. I'm also just going to assume that you may do these presentations or at least invite American Legions and those other types of veterans organizations. I say that because my father-in-law is state commander, so that one's top of mind for me. But in addition to that, the one thing that I know just through my day job and some research, we know that our women veterans tend not to take advantage of these resources. It typically, as you kept referring to, it was a wife, but in many cases, it may be a husband of a
Yes.
woman who served or a child of a mother who served. My grandmother served. So, all of those different things. So how can we better support our female veterans?
Well, that's a good question. And we see a lot of female veterans, and the VA in Ann Arbor is going to open up a women's clinic. Finally, they're breaking ground. It's, I can give you the exact date, but off the top of my head, it's in May, maybe May 3rd, May 15th, right around there. But for my Veteran Affairs Committee, I have 2 women combat veterans that serve on my board. And so we see, and we have the opportunity, we have women VSO, and then myself, so we give them that opportunity if they want to see a male or a female. So, and getting out there is, I'm part of our office, we're part of the Washtenaw County Council of Vets. They meet every month, and it's all the community partners within Washtenaw County. So it's all the American Legions, VFWs, and they meet once a month and they talk about issues. And then they disseminate information, and then they ask me for a report as well. So, and there's women vets that go to that as well. So they're well representative.
You trying to, oh goodness, you trying to cut the line? What's going on? I know I see her, but Commissioner Sanders is next, and Commissioner Scott.
I was just curious, how many veterans do we have here in Washington?
So we go by this, it's called the GDX. The VA puts it out every year. And I gave you the information on 2022, right? So 2023 will come out in April, and it's a 3-year rolling number. And right now they said from 22 is 13,500. But like the year before, it was 14,500. So they'll switch every year by the numbers that they get. Right, so I would say about 14,000, but it's also, we don't know how many dependents, right? Because there's a lot of Vietnam veterans dying early. So we, 60s and 70s, 70-year-olds. And so you have that many dependents out there. And that's what we're looking at for the DIC. Just like those two stories I told you, where they don't know the benefit that's out there. And just maybe they got denied. Maybe they got denied 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Those two incidents, one got denied 3 times, the other one got denied twice. I worked the one with that got denied twice, and we did it for a 9-year span, and it finally went through, and I should have brought her. It would have been good. But it's about changing people's lives, and it's rewarding that I get to do this job, right?
You good? You good? Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Chair. I was just thinking when you were giving your presentation about what a rewarding job you must have.
You know, it's rewarding, but then you also see the death side,
Yeah.
right? So that's the sad part, where you work with a vet for 10 years and then maybe he passes away of Parkinson's or some other crappy disease. But, you know, me being a veteran, and I have 4 veterans on my staff, and like I said, the whole committees are veterans, and you kind of understand that. And, you know, they might be in a better place, and then you know that we can help that spouse, whether it's male or female.
My question was about dependents. When you say dependents, is that just spouse or is that children?
It's children if they're under 18.
If they're under 18?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then now there is, if, not to get into specific, it's like if a veteran is 100% service connected, then their children will get education benefits. So that goes up to age of 20, I think it's 26. So they have education. Or if the veteran passes away and they're young, and maybe he divorced his spouse, so they can get DIC. It's called Children's DIC. And I did mention about parents. So if the vet was taking care of his parents and then he passes, and that's income-based, that the parents could apply for it. In the 13 years I've done this, I've never done one of those, because it's a really low bar.
I was thinking about people I know whose parents were Vietnam vets. And
Yeah.
I was like, is this a thing that they should be looking at? But you're saying, no, we're all too old.
Yeah, parents, yeah. But if there's a spouse, definitely. So we can relook at it.
I also have, I had a note and, the meetings that you have, is that something ever that like we could come and see?
So those, well, for for our board at
Yeah,
the office.
yeah, that you're saying you have these monthly meetings where everybody,
So we have 2 monthly meetings. We
Okay.
have one with our Veteran Affairs Committee,
Yeah.
which Josh McAllister's here. He's one of my board members. And that's open until we have to go to closed session,
uh-huh.
and you can come to that. That's when we talk about what's going on in the office, and then things that the board is looking to do, like one of the food vouchers program that we did, and they came up with that, and possibly some other things we've been thinking about. Now, the WCCV meeting, they do invite guests in the beginning, and it's held at the Saline American Legion, and that was the 3rd Monday of every month.
And that you can only go if you're invited.
You could come, if you would want to come, you let me know, and I can, we can have guests.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have that I want to give to you that it's tattered brochure that I got from a patient we had staying with us for a while in my unit who started a place for veterans and their families to go just close to us in Brighton. You might know the Freedom River. But I've been carrying around this tattered brochure for a while now. And I want to make sure that I honor his memory and give this to you. And maybe it's a resource people in this community.
Oh,
can
yeah, I
use.
definitely appreciate that. I'll take it.
Thanks.
Commissioner Maciejewski?
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
The transportation program, the free transportation program, is that just transportation to the VA, or is it transportation to other types of locations?
Any medical appointments.
Okay.
And if they're, let's say they don't have a ride to get to to go get some shopping, groceries, then they can do that as well. We just need, in the beginning, we just need to see their discharge and make sure they're a Washtenaw County resident. With Phoenix Mobility, I know we thought they were going to stop the program, but luckily they're just switching platforms. So they're ending one on March 31st and starting the other one April 1st. So that's a good thing because a lot of people need it here in Washtenaw County.
And second question, are you, housing, obviously big topic at our board here. Is your office involved at all with the VASH program?
Oh, the HUD VASH, yeah, they're always coming over to our office because it's a portal over at the Delana Center, right? They have so many beds. And so they'll go into there and then they have a caseworker. And from that caseworker, they get them into transitional housing. Well, if they need first month's rent and security deposit, they know where to go. And that's what we do for them.
And how would you characterize the homeless veteran population in the county? You know, it's a big focus nationally to address that. How would you characterize it?
I think it was around 4 years ago that their whole goal was to get to 0 count. And they said they did. Now, if they're coming into the transitional areas, right, to the Delana Center or at the VA, or even coming to my place, I'm homeless. Okay, well, let's get you hooked up with the HUD, Healthcare for Homeless. That's the HUD VASH program. And what they'll do is they'll look at, okay, so what's your income? So, and what's the barriers, right? So maybe they have no income, maybe they have, maybe they have a felony, and they'll work with that. And with HUD VASH vouchers, the Section 8 voucher, but it's only for veterans, and they have them. So they'll work with their team to get them into transitional housing, and then once they find a place and get them the HUD VASH voucher, then that's where we can help them in. And we work with them well because sometimes the veteran doesn't do everything that they're supposed to, right? And then they get back on their rent. And well, if they lose that HUD VASH voucher, they can't get it again. So we want to make sure that if they ever come, and it's got to be with their caseworker, and it's usually their caseworker reaching out to us, and we'll pay for their rent. Of course, it's the application process, but we'll do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. All right, anybody else? I see him. Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I was waiting, you know.
You're patient.
Thank you. You know, I just have a quick question. So great presentation. Thank you for all your good work. So things have changed since I was here before, and like now it's millage funded, which is something that we're talking about. Because it used to be general fund, and so I remember working with previous directors that were in your role. But can you remind me, I guess, or tell me what is the relationship with the board, and sort of like what role do they play in the context of the work that you do? They're the committee, the Veterans Affairs Committee.
The Veteran Affairs
Yeah.
Committee. So we'll see some needs that the veterans are asking for. So we go to our VAC committee to talk about what are the needs of the veterans in the community. And that's where a lot of things have been approved, like the RIDE program. That was never it. So, and before, when you were a commissioner before, it was only wartime, right? So only wartime could get veterans relief. So if somebody was served in the 80s from anywhere from 76 to 89, they couldn't access our relief program. So we went with the board and asked for a peacetime line on them. So we have a peacetime line on them now. We also, when the burial happened, if you were peacetime, you weren't eligible. You wouldn't even get a flag case. And I just thought that was awful. So I lobbied to get flag cases for every veteran, whether they pass away, they come to your office and there's no benefits, and it's nice to honor their service. So that's the kind of things that my VAC committee does. They talk about the needs of what the veteran needs in the committee, and then we'll come up with a program and they'll vote on it to see yes or no.
One of the other things you were saying that I maybe wanted to better understand is you were talking about the understaffing in your office, that you're filling some positions. It sounds like, is that like a money problem, or is that just a time thing that
It
you're?
was a staffing problem. It was just, after COVID, and it was probably, the Detroit Regional Office plucking people, right? And that's fine. They need people too, but we had a really good VSO, and then, they're offering more money, right? And, so she went over there and she could work from home. Then the director left, and then, so that's why we're down some people. And then we hired a VSO, and now we have one more that I think it ends on the 26th. So that's for our Veterans Benefits Specialist, where they help with the veterans relief. And then if we start doing more outreach, I might be back to ask, maybe I can expand a little bit, but that's down the line when I have everything moving, because again, to get a VSO trained, that's a year in order to get access to the VA system. So there's a lot of training involved in order to do that, right? So.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? You got something?
No, I just wanted to say thank you again, David, for being here, and thank you to the board for your patience around this. We really wanted to have this conversation with you all. I think the Veteran Services team does excellent work in our community, and just want to thank you guys for continuing to support the work.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think a lot of people weren't aware of all the services that come out of your office. So very grateful for you spending the time and educating us. And as Commissioner Beaman pointed out, I talked about our viewers at home. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, we're moving into one of the main events for the night. So we're gonna look at our first reading items. So the items we have for first reading are the 5 millages, where there was very little discussion around or expression of concern. So it seemed like it'd be appropriate to move forward this timeline, moving those ones. So then attention will be focused on public safety and mental health. But I expect that there will be sufficient comments, particularly from this side of the room over here. But let's see, would somebody like to move the first reading items? Commissioner Scott.
Well, I would like to move the following resolutions: 9-1, A, a resolution placing the restoration and renewal of the roads non-motorized millage on the August 6, 2024 primary ballot. B, a resolution placing the restoration and renewal of the Conservation District millage on the August 6, 2024 primary ballot. C, a resolution placing the renewal and restoration of the Parks Acquisition Development and Operating millage on the August 6, 2024 ballot. A resolution, D, a resolution placing the restoration and renewal of the Enhanced Emergency Communication System 800 megahertz millage on the November 5th, 2024 general election ballot. And E, a resolution placing the restoration and renewal of the Veterans millage on the November 5th, 2024 general election ballot.
Is there a second? All right. Would anybody like to pull any for separate consideration? I believe we have friends for all of the millages here to answer any questions we have. Not all of them?
They're all here.
Yeah, they're all here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, discussion, questions, thoughts, anybody? Commissioner Robbie.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's what we're here for.
I mean, so, okay, I'm gonna make a general, I guess, overarching statement, and then I have some specific suggestions moving through these. And I'll preface what I'm gonna say by saying that I plan to vote yes on all of these.
Okay.
For first reading. I think one of the concerns that continues to surface for me is just making sure that the Board of Commissioners is kept apprised and has a role in how all of these millage dollars are being spent. And my comments that I made about the public safety, mental health millage apply to all of our millages. And so what I would ask for moving forward is when we get to final reading, that we maybe add some language in our resolution, well, let me ask this, I guess, of Corp Council or anybody else. Do any of these millages have current ordinances associated with them?
No, these 5 millages do not have ordinances.
Okay, and so if resolutions that that put these millages on the ballot contain language, how is that language interpreted in the context of how the millage dollars are spent?
It's very broad.
Like if the resolution that we use to put a millage on the ballot has, well, let me just pull up an example here. So I'm gonna pick on the roads millage just because it's the first one that came up for me. The resolution, the resolution contains a resolved clause that says 50% of the money used in each municipality shall include non-motorized component. That's language that I asked to include back in 2016, and I'm glad to see that it's still in the resolution. But I just am asking, it's not in the ballot language, but it's in the resolution. Does that have the same force as an ordinance would, for example?
I would think an ordinance would have more teeth.
Okay,
That would be stronger.
interesting. I was hoping you wouldn't say that. Only because I think logistically it would have been simpler to just amend the resolution. But so basically what I would like to see with all these millages is stronger annual reporting to the Board of Commissioners. And I want to build it into the resolution or to an ordinance. As I said, this obviously let's see, I mean, the millage language as it's currently, and our friends from Roads and Parks can maybe correct me if I'm off on this, but the millage language itself does not have, I believe, the 20% for non-motorized built into the language. Is that correct? And but it is in the resolution. And I believe that when we drafted this resolution in 2016, 2015, that Corp Council at the time felt that the resolved clauses in the resolution were adequate. But perhaps we could get more clarity on that from you, because that has been interpreted as sort of like the force of the millage and has been the Road Commission and Parks have conducted themselves in a way that complies with the resolved clause. And by the way, I just want to say on this millage, I've been very pleased with how the Road Commission and Parks have been transparent and forthright with the board at every juncture, providing a plan of how they're going to spend the money in advance of how they're going to spend the money, and then providing an annual report every time, every year after the money is spent. So I am not picking on this because I necessarily want to see any change in terms of how both the Road Commission and the Parks report, but more so making sure that we build into the language how we want to see this moving forward, and maybe even building some of the systems in sort of like putting pen to paper on what you're already doing and making that part of the resolution itself, so that we have those reports. And some of it is already in there. The 4-year, you have, there's a resolve clause that says shall compile and present a full 4-year plan in consultation with the Washtenaw County Parks and Recreations Commission in regards to, the monies levied with this millage, should it pass. And then those distinct portions about the non-motorized, 50% for cities, 25% for the Road Commission jurisdictions, which again, I think that, each of those resolved clauses were things that I asked for that were incorporated in this that I think made the millage stronger. The 20% for non-motorized, the 50% off, 20% off the top, 50% of projects in cities, 25% in Road Commission districts. And so the change that I would like to see, whether it's creating an ordinance that incorporates some of this to go along with the millage, or adding it to the millage language or the resolution language, and then later maybe creating an ordinance. I assume we can do that, Corp Council, like put an ordinance together later to guide how these millage dollars are spent. I think Commissioner LaBarre referenced that. So maybe adding some resolved clauses now, like before second reading, and then doing an ordinance later that will help to strengthen that.
Can I respond? Because we conferred briefly here.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
please.
so changing the resolution could put the renewal classification at risk. So something we could do is pass one resolution that says for any millage dollars that go to an external entity, we would expect annual reporting. We could do that through one resolution for all of them.
That's confusing to me because then we wouldn't be able to change ordinance language for how like the public safety and mental health millage is administered without it losing its renewal status. We're not changing the language of, I'm not suggesting that we change the language of the millage that is presented to the voters.
I would hesitate adjusting language here at the board table. I think it needs to be thought through. Brady and I need to consider it to make sure we're not doing anything where there's going to be some unintended consequences. So I would suggest not changing clauses tonight. We can certainly take.
I'm not planning on making any amendments tonight. I'm stating what I would like to see by the time we get to final reading, whether it's through an ordinance or an amendment to the resolve clauses, which are not, I don't understand how that would change the renewal status of these because we're not changing the ballot language at all. So that's a little bit confusing to me. So
Sorry, but the gesture was not directed at you. It was directed at your neighbor.
what's your issue?
My phone told me it was time to go to bed.
Oh, sorry. You can always go to bed. I won't stop you.
Wait.
We're gonna get it done, friends. We got it. You want me? I could bang the gavel really hard to wake everybody up.
So I don't know if, so I'm happy to wait until the next meeting, but let me just, I guess, say what I would like to see.
Yeah, you can
incorporated,
say it.
And that, so, on the roads millage, I think the first thing for me would be, sort of codifying that piece about the, annual reporting in addition to the 4-year plan, being presented to the board in advance of the money being spent, having that annual presentation to the Board of Commissioners, which is already being done, but having that built into the resolution, that would be sort of my first ask. But my second one is actually relating to the cities. I've been a little bit disappointed, frankly, and I've expressed this to the Road Commission, not disappointed in the Road Commission, but the way that I've understood it to work is that the cities are supposed to also present a 4-year plan of how they're going to spend the money, and that on an annual basis, they're reimbursed by the BOC for the millage dollars that they basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, Road Commission friends, but they basically spend the dollars on road projects and then they bill us at the end of the year for the projects that they've conducted. And they say, hey, this is what we spent the money on, reimburse us for the money. Is that right?
Can we have our friends from the road commission just come to the podium? I think it'd just be easier.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, they're
not.
nodding vigorously, but right.
So what I've been somewhat disappointed in is and you've been great about sending me those reports at the end of that they've submitted in terms of their billing process. And I noted that in 2022, it looked like they were very thorough about the projects that they were asking for reimbursement from. But last year, it was just like, give us money for road projects. And there was no specificity in what they were asking for reimbursement for. Obviously, I think you've had a conversation with them and they're going to change that practice. But I would like to see that built into this language as well, that we do require sort of like a project specific billing from the cities so that they're actually submitting for specific projects. So I think that would be the second ask that I would have within this. And I think the third one is on the 4-year plan, making sure that it's actually a plan. So I pulled up the A2 Ann Arbor millage plan that they've presented here in our packet, and it is not very specific. It's so for the first year, it is specific. It says 2025, we want to do asphalt path resurfacing. They list all the paths they want to resurface. They want to do Main Street. They want to do Nixon Road. They want to do Pittsfield Village. That's great. Same with 2026. 2027, they say asphalt path resurfacing, locations TBD. And they say local street resurfacing, locations TBD, $1.1 $1.1 million, and the asphalt is minimal, it's 120,000. But I know that you said that you would go back and get specificity for these, and I appreciate that. But I do think if we are able to, changing the resolution language or adding something in there that says that the cities have to actually present, just like, basically, I want to hold them to the same standard that you guys have presented as the road commission of like, here are the actual road projects that we're going to do. You give us the map, you give us specific projects, you don't deviate from that. I would like the cities to actually present that as well. And so I would like that to be included in there. And then the last one is sort of a minor thing, but I think it's important, is the signage. And that's something that, again, the road commission and the parks have done a really good job of posting the signs that say this project paid for by the Washtenaw County road millage, and it has the county logo on it. And the cities have frankly not done as good of a job of that. And so I would like to build that into the language as well to say this is a requirement of getting funded. If this is a county project that you're going to apply for money for reimbursement for, you have to have that sign posted, at multiple, at the each direction. And so those would be the changes that I would like to see in this millage as of right now. I hope that it would not compromise anything with it. And these are just things that specify the reporting requirements included in this. So those are my thoughts on the road millage. I'm happy to talk about my thoughts on the others too, of things that I'd like to see if you want me to just power through it.
Well, did you want to respond to any of that road stuff?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Good evening, Commissioners. Matt McFinnell, Managing Director at the Road Commission. To speak to the city's reimbursement process, after each summer, they will give us a project reporting of all the costs that a project incurs. And there may be a change for a city from one project to the other. That is documented as well if there is a change. And then those all come to the Road Commission for the various cities. And then we would then get reimbursement from the county. And then we direct those funds back to the city. So that's the process. I can assure you that there is an accounting at a project level, and we have all those receipts and is part of our documentation for reimbursement requests.
Just to clarify then, what was the, I remember you sent me a document that included the city's reimbursements, and for 2023, it just had roads. I can pull up the email, but do you remember?
I don't have it up top of mind. I can certainly
Yeah.
follow up for the city of Ann Arbor's 2023 projects.
I just want to make sure that the report that we're getting and the reimbursements that we're issuing are for specific projects, and the email that you sent me that had those on it did not have that for this last year. So I just want to make sure that we have that moving forward built in.
I will follow up. Thank you, Commissioner.
And I think the team is going to look into our ability to do some of those things, and we will have a response. I would like to avoid having people like getting off the podium and coming back to the podium. So can we handle all of our road related questions right now? Commissioner Scott.
It's not a question, but I just want to say that looking at your information that you gave us for this millage, for your draft plan, for your projects, it's very professional. It is very well laid out. It is a clear idea for anybody who wanted to vote on this, where the money was going. And so I just wanted to hand you some kudos. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
Anybody else for roads?
And we should have the same thing for the city.
Anybody else for the roads? No other roads related questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have, let's just go to the next one. Do you got any conservation district related questions? Do we have any of those? I know you do. Conservation district team, please approach the podium. Okay. Commissioner Robbie.
So the main change that I want to see here is just building in a reporting requirement in this. And we've already talked about this, but I just think an annual opportunity for you all to come in and say, this is a budget of what we spent the millage dollars on, on an annual basis. I think that would just be a good practice. I know that you have that information, and you just informed me that you've updated your website to include that information, which is great. But I just think an annual submission to the board and maybe an opportunity to have 5 minutes to report on it, I think would be a good practice moving forward.
All right. Do you want to respond to that? Or are you good?
That would be lovely. We would love to attend and come yearly. We invite everybody as well to our annual meeting every January. And I believe Commissioner Light came to our last one. And that's where we present what has happened in our annual report is delivered as well.
All right, we would love to have you here too. Anybody else have Conservation District related? Commissioner Scott?
It's just another bunch of kudos because I heard from somebody who works in this area at the state level, talk about the conservation districts, give me a lot of feedback on how the conservation districts across the state are sort of sometimes willy-nilly, but how very organized and effective you are. And so I think it's good for you to hear that. So
thank you very much.
Sensing a pattern here. Any other Conservation District related questions or comments? Nope. All right. You are free to leave the podium. Thank you. All right, next, Parks.
Just to clarify too.
You want her back to the podium?
No, she doesn't have to come back, but just for the Conservation District, I would like to include that in the resolution language if we can.
Yeah, we're
So,
gonna
okay,
look
great.
at, so let me say, I think we're gonna have similar comments for the remaining ones.
I mean, that's why I tried to make like an overarching comment that I think that would be helpful for us as a board to
Well, okay,
see.
so when I call out Parks, if you don't have Parks questions, don't tell me you have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're gonna look into it. I'm gonna work with the team here and we're gonna look at what our options are for the reporting piece. Parks, does anybody have any parks related questions other than ones related to reporting? No, okay. Enhanced Emergency Communication System 800 megahertz. Any of those, any questions for those? Megahertz team, please approach the podium.
Are they here?
Oh, they're here.
I guess this is just like a minor question, but like who?
I ain't calling you yet, Commissioner Ravi.
Oh. I'm sorry. Now you're messing with me.
Commissioner
It's in
Ravi,
my head.
go ahead.
Thank you. So who, what entity administers these millage dollars?
It's a group called the Project Oversight Committee. They are appointed by the County Board of Commissioners, includes the county administrator, the finance director, police representative who is currently Director Matt Hirschberger from Pittsburgh Township, a fire representative who is currently Chief Kennedy from Ann Arbor Fire Department, and the EMS representative who's currently Mark Breckenridge from HCA.
Cool. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And so I guess if I may, Chair, I'll just make my comment for the last two items on here that I would like that same annual reporting idea as with the others for these last two millages as well. So
It is heard, and I agree. I'd like an annual reporting thing. We're gonna come back with what is possible and have options.
sounds good. So I will save the rest of my questions, yield the balance of my time.
Okay. Any questions for the veterans millage? You sure? Okay. All right, well, this is a voice vote. So and no one pulled any for separate consideration. So this is all 5 of the millages for first reading. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh, all right. Well, we are moving forward. Love to have somebody, we have no final reading items today. I'm working on it. Okay. Would somebody like to move the single reading items and approval of claims? Good to see Commissioner Labar. He didn't do any reading yet today for us.
Thank you. For single readings, A, resolution to borrow against anticipated delinquent 2023 real property taxes from the county treasurer. Then B, the resolution ratifying the 24 marine safety grant. C, the resolution approving the signature of the chair for CPR grant. D, resolution extending winter sheltering activities through April. And E, a resolution to amend the bylaws of the Environmental Council. Oh, who could forget? And approval of claims.
All right. Would anybody like to pull any for separate consideration? You might. Do you want to indicate that you're going to vote no probably on that? Okay, all right. All right, well, any discussion on any of them? Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. Dan, I just wanted to say thank you also for making this happen in terms of the capacity. Please let us know what we learned from this additional month that maybe we learned in 2014 and should learn again in terms of how to build this into annual preparation. But I really appreciate your work and the team there. And I know it's been a long winter, so thank you. And please let your staff know we recognize that and appreciate that they continue to respond with yes, and here's how. So thank you.
Dan, do you want to come to the podium and say anything about it?
Sure. A couple notes.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, commissioners, for having me. Yeah, and thank you for this resolution to extend winter sheltering. Just a couple prepared remarks I wanted to share really briefly. It's been I'll be quick because I know it's late. It's been a unique winter. Despite the milder weather, though, we have seen increased need this winter. I think we shared that throughout the community. Talked about evictions earlier and eviction prevention. Numbers are high at the shelter. Our overnight census is up. That's despite opening another site in Ypsilanti. With that in mind, we're happy to be able to extend overnight winter sheltering operations in Ypsilanti until May. And then also we're going to have a continued second floor MAT program for the most vulnerable guests at the Dewana Center in a continuation. So several programs being considered continued as a result of the increased need. And then, making the decision, we had to think about funding, which thanks to the county and your support for this winter, we're good on funding, which is great. Site-wise, we're still working on finalizing this, but we're working with county admin and congregational partners, and I'm confident we'll have something in the next couple days by Monday. And then staffing, like I mentioned, Commissioner Labar mentioned, the staffing, and it is challenging. I know the VA office mentioned earlier, just understaffing and just constantly trying to get staffed up, and that is an ongoing challenge, especially as you get the wear and tear throughout the winter. But we talked to all the staff and at length, and they shared, despite it being a bit of a stretch on a large ramp up for seasonal, that they were up to the task, our seasonal offsite staff, in terms of keeping this going and keeping additional winter operations. But like you said, Commissioner Labar, I really want to use this as an opportunity to think about not forgetting about the long term. Obviously, housing being the number one thing. Housing, affordable housing all throughout the community. We need way more rapid rehousing, more efficient ways to address homelessness and prevention, and those things might sound weird coming from a shelter operator, but that's really what it's all about. Love to have the Dewana Center not even need to exist. And then, but with that said, we do need to exist, and there is increased need. So we do want to think about, while we've made strides this winter, and the investment from the county and other partners was incredibly helpful for trying to meet that increased need or trying to keep up with increasing demand. We still have a lot of work to do. So I really want to think about over the spring and over the summer and over the fall coming together and thinking about how we would continue to strengthen that winter response and year-round response, quite honestly, because frankly, our current system, for at least for individuals, we talked about families a little bit, it also needs some work too, a lot of work. For individuals, for lack of a better word, we kind of have a Frankenstein setup with up to 5 sites at one time. It's kind of confusing for the guests across the community because each site has differing amenities and things like that at times. You can go here for laundry. We've got a shower truck here. It gets kind of confusing for people accessing basic need services, and also they're not as readily available. So I really want to think about and really hopeful for, through these conversations, continued collaborative work through spring, summer, and fall into next winter, and creating an action plan to have really strong staffing, funding, and then site, which is one of the main issues we're running into, is having great sites throughout. And we have the Dewana Center, which is supported by the county, and we love having access to facilities and all those things because so much stuff comes up and it's incredibly appreciated, but having additional sites throughout the winter is going to be incredibly important, and thinking about how we strengthen that winter for next winter.
Excellent. So I think there was a hand over here. Was it Commissioner Sanders or Commissioner Somerville? It was you. It was Commissioner, then you after that, Commissioner Scott Somerville. It comes off.
Yeah, I don't have a question. Another comment. I just want to thank you again. And I want to thank county administration and commissioners, for like us continuing to share this goal of making sure that the most vulnerable neighbors that we have here are safe at night. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to continuing to try to improve the system with everyone.
Yes, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I again want to thank administration that after hearing from so many people at public participation, I really expressed how much I wanted to do this, to keep sheltering open through April, because it's never warm. I mean, and I it's not about like how I stand outside on a Saturday, one day, like a week in April for my kids' sporting event, and how cold I am. And then hearing people come in and tell their stories. And I thought, like, you can't, there's not even a warm place to go. And I commented on the importance of people telling those stories, but it really impacted me. I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate your willingness to do this. I just appreciate administration bringing that forward after I asked them to do that, hearing those stories. It does seem like it would behoove us to think that as the same people who've come to this table to tell us those things, this is not isolated. It's cold every April. So maybe we need to think about the fact that winter sheltering really doesn't end April 1st ever, and maybe make this a routine thing that happens, so we're not in a contingency plan. That's what I'd like to see, but I'm glad we got it settled for this year, and then we can talk about extending it from here on out. I also want to let people know, if they don't know, if you're still, as people like to say, people watching at home. I don't know who's watching at home, but for anybody who really wants to know, there is a perpetual list on Amazon of things the Shelter Association needs. And so if you are feeling so inclined, that list is just always there. And I would encourage people to access that list and send them these things that they've identified that they need to help things going. That also helps them too. So once again, thank you for your work. Thank you for being willing to do this. Thank you, administration, for listening to my ask, and I'm glad we've got it on the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm going to be supporting this, and thank you to everybody that helped put this together. One thing I just want to put out in the universe, though, that we should prepare for financially is a very hot summer and the idea of having cooling opportunities for people. So I think we should just prepare financially in advance for that too. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Anybody that hasn't spoken yet want to speak? Commissioner Scott.
I just want to add that I said this before too, and just to get it amplified, it's not even just the heat. We had days where it was actually dangerous for people to be outside, and don't think that smoke was a 2023 thing. It's a like probably forever thing now. So we have to think about that too.
We will be prepared. We will be prepared. Anybody else? All right. Hey, thank you. Thank you for all the work that you're doing to the team. I think we are now able to vote. Was there any other comments about any of the other ones? No. All right, Bryce, roll call it.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Everything except item G. I'll be a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders,
Yeah.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
All right, passed everything. Moving on down to report for me. Got half an hour of prepared remarks to make. No, I'm just kidding. I'll just say no report. Items for current or future discussion, Commissioner LeBar.
Thank you, Chair. I know folks want to continue the discussion real quick. You will have a communication end of business tomorrow that expands on the Michigan Mental Health Code and specifically Section 226 that relates to the community needs assessment. And that is a term that you will see is broader in application than any one single template. So I look forward to sharing in the reading of that communique. And if you have any follow-up questions, I would welcome you reaching out to me or Katie or Annie or any of the CMH staff who compile it. So heads up. Thank you.
Commissioner LaBarre is not playing. He is ready, coming with the facts. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott.
Didn't come up on tonight's meeting, although I'm sure we'll end up talking about it sooner or later. But I just want to note that I had no less than 45 emails in my junk mailbox. So commissioners, you may want to check your junk mailbox, and they were specifically about supporting workers at Washtenaw County. It bothers me to no end that I get solicitation emails from people wanting to talk to me about where we can invest our money or garage doors into my inbox, but I am missing emails from residents of this county that support workers that are going to my junk mail. So please check your junk mail, colleagues, because you may actually hear from residents who are concerned about things that are not hitting your inbox. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Light for being able to come out to the session on the Washtenaw County Sportsplex that we are considering. The city of Milan is considering. Hopefully we can have them in sometime to talk about the project a bit more, but as we're still in planning phases, but just wanted to extend my thanks to those who were there, and we were well represented at the state and federal level as well. Thanks.
Excellent. Commissioner Robbie.
I just wanted to correct something that I said earlier for everybody in the room. So the email that I was referring to from Matt from the Road Commission, I pulled it up and it contains the billing from the city of Ann Arbor. And as I specified, I got the years wrong. So it was 2021 was the year where 2021 and before, basically they were submitting lists annually of each project and the dollar amount. But in 2022, they just submitted, well, I just had it up. Now it's gone away, but they submitted basically just one item that said various road/street projects for $2.2 million with no specificity of what projects are actually that money's being spent on. So I will forward this email to him so that he has it. But just wanted to clarify the years on that one. And then I just wanted to quickly say too, to co-sign something that my colleague said, the hour grows late and it's 11 o'clock and I know somebody had a pool that we would be done by 11. But I just want to quickly say that I'm disappointed at where things are at in the negotiating process. And I think that our staff have a very valid gripe at what is being presented to them. And I hope that my colleagues will take note of the emails that have been sent and the angst and anger that exists within our staff and within our community. We need to take care of our staff in order to attract talent. We need good benefits, we need good salaries, and we need to do better by the people that that work for us so that we can attract the best staff and retain them. So I just wanted to say that and underscore something that Commissioner Scott said. So thank you, Chair.
All right. Anybody else? No? Okay, well, we have no pending items, so I've looked for a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Be safe. Drive safe.